screens are flashing, and my internet's wonky, and my video cards aren't working, but I don't know. I think I'm on live again. Hold on. I can't even tell if I'm live. Delete that one. I can't tell if it's, I don't know what's going on. It's the same stuff I was going through this weekend. Hold on, I might be live right now. Yeah, baby. All right, it worked this time. I had to unplug a bunch of USBs and HDMIs and cameras and external video cards. I don't know if I can switch between screens right now. I've reset my internet a few times as well. I had to go through the process. I got a blue screen of death this morning. It could be because I put one of my computers, I pulled the glass front case off and I blow a fan on it. Some of you guys I've spoken to on the phone before, and you'll hear fans running in the background. I have to cool my office because of all of the compute going on in here. And, it just gets really hot. So I don't know if that's it. Maybe I left the setup on last night. I don't know if maybe that leaving it on all night long probably wasn't good. So that's where we are right now. So I apologize for the late stream this morning. I've been trying to get up and running for the past hour. If any of you guys work in, I think Winky can attest to this. If any of you work in tech, it's like something goes down, it's an hour. Like just count an hour, 2 hours to get anything back up and running. Going through the procedures of restarting. So I apologize this morning for the late start. It's 10:15 right now. I've been here longer than that then. Been sitting here since 8:30. It's already 10:15. Okay, so we have a few things to go through here to talk about this. We have a lot to talk about this morning. And I got some work I got to do here this morning, too, now that I'm so far behind. So we had a great day yesterday, right? We had a nice little pump up into the close. We pumped more after the bell and got where we needed to go. There was a nice little sell signal after the bell yesterday. I was talking to the Discord about a sell point. It was a perfect place to sell. And we matched those two little peaks that we were looking for yesterday after the bell. So that was really good. We did really well yesterday. Now we're just looking for a pullback. But I want to talk to you about that pullback right now if I can. If I lose you guys, I apologize. I'm going to switch screens right now just to show you the thesis here. And let's see if we can switch over right now. I'm hoping I can get this out to you. And nice. Woo. Sweating there for a minute. Let me jump back to the main screen really quick. Oh, yeah. We at least have these two screens right now, so I'm happy. Okay. So let's chat about this from yesterday. So we were looking for the pump up into the bell. We got it right here, and then we got that nice little kicker higher. And we were talking about yesterday this gap, right? And how we're going to pop up, and then they're going to force you to buy calls again to close the last of this gap. Now, I want to show you two key things. The first, let me change this over here. Yeah, you guys, I'll keep you guys over here. There you go. Two key things. We got our bump yesterday, right? That's awesome. Check mark. We're looking for a dip to buy here. And that would be to show what? To peek up in here, right? Peek our head up. and then finally close the gap. Now, at that point, we should swing lower over here. I'd like to see us stay at 520, but swinging down to 500 is a possibility. And what I really want to say to you this morning, the important thing to say to you about this is I never like these trading patterns. And I'll tell you why. Every time we do a pattern like this, right? Like we hit this prior high, we do this like fan. I always call it the fan. Close the gap and then get up there. Every time we trade like this, there's usually a trap somewhere. The trap could be here, it could be here, it even could be right here, believe it or not. So whenever you see a pattern like this, whenever you see like price action expectations like this, I always prefer to be waiting down below, either here, doesn't matter, rather than chasing the trade. It's like built for you to, it's the pattern is built as a bull trap. It traps in like, and the worst part of these trades, the worst part about this trade is, if they work, they're great. You feel like a rock star. You're like, oh, I bought the dip, I took it here, and then I bought the dip again, I took it here, and then I got out, and then I waited down here, and everything was great, right? But I can't tell you the number of times. I can't tell you the number of times that in this trade, I'm trying to buy a dip to go up, and we go straight down and clear it out, and then go up. Or I'm successful here to here, and then all of a sudden it's like, boom, straight in and down. It's like built for FOMO, for the FOMO part of the trade. So if you ever see a pattern like this or an expectation like this, always think in your mind, I'm a buyer of the dip. And that's why I put that buy the dip thumbnail up on YouTube this morning, was because when you see stuff like this, if you ever see anyone showing you a pattern like this, the first instinct that a trader has is, oh, okay, I'm going to get long. Awesome sauce. And then you're going to have the FOMOers telling you're just going to keep going straight up, and you're going to be waiting down here, all that kind of stuff. So in my view, my experience with these trades is whenever you see this, I just go, you know what? I'm out. I'm going to wait down here. And they're either going to come down here right now for me to go higher, or or everything looks like awesome. People are having fun, and you're not having any fun. And you're like, you're like Squidward sitting in your window watching SpongeBob and Patrick walk by, and you're kind of stuck waiting for this back test over here. So it's kind of a losing trade all the way around, right? If you miss it, you miss the FOMO. If you didn't get trapped in it, you're gonna be like a rock star. It's just kind of a rough trade in my experience, been a rough trade. Filled with pitfalls, and I posted about it on FinTwit this morning. You're gonna have bears telling you we're going down here to close this today. Then they get mad if we go up. Then they're gonna get trapped in here somewhere and blast us down. They're gonna say I told you so, or some kind of nonsense like that. Then when we're down here, they're gonna want to blast it down here. It's the same normal. It's the same normal like diarrhea. So I'm always like, sit down here and just wait, and let them do their thing. Maybe if I can see price action showing a way higher, I'll take it. Now there is something cool to see here that we can look at here, which is, hopefully this works, which is right here. This is SPX, right? And what is nice to see here is that the half an hour trigger and the hourly trigger is racing higher from the monthly trigger. Now we've got a bear cross currently. You can see that quite easily, right? These are things you can do at home and stuff. Oh, hold on here. You get the red line right there. I don't know if you can see it. And then you see the, hold on here, white line right here. So you got a little bear cross going on right there. Now we can trade this if we get above, if we see that, if we see the cross uncross, we get a new high, come back down and try to take that trade. We can do that. But in all honesty, I would love right now where we are, I'd still like to see it come down even maybe some more, maybe even the halfback trade at this point. But the trade is built. The key point here is that this trade is built to trap you at all highs. It's built to trap you in. So you're like loading up on calls, you're FOMOing, and they trap you in, and then they make you buy calls a third time to get up there and close that last gap to the upside. And even when you close that gap up there, you're still looking for a major drawdown to let these bears out, either now or later. So I always whenever I see this pattern here, right, this pattern right here, I'm just waiting lower. It's like ridden full of crap to trap you in. And it's usually filled with FOMO traders. So you're going to hear people always telling you like, no, bro, it's going to get bought. Like, look, like right where we are right here. Look at this right here. Bro, it's going to get bought. It's going to go higher. And not only that, you probably have traders that didn't close out at the close yesterday. You probably have traders that didn't close at 4 o'clock, didn't close at 4:15. And they were looking for this gap to be closed right away. As a matter of fact, I was in the Discord last night, and someone asked me, do you think we closed the gap in the overnight? And I'm like, no, they're going to tease you with it, and then they're going to make you buy calls again. There's like a million reasons why they're going to do that to you. So you have to be careful who you're listening to, is my point. Like, these are moments where there's probably some people caught in calls. There's probably some FOMOers. There's probably people on the bell that want to buy the dip. There's people that didn't get to participate yesterday in the move higher. And then you probably have another class of bears that want to go straight back down to 500 so they can get out of their trade, at least salvage their trade. So you have to be really careful who you're listening to in these trades, and there's pitfalls as well with people trying to sell into you to get it lower. So in my experience, this setup, it's better for you to be patient. I should call it the patient fan. Like, that'd be a good term for it. Like, you see this pattern, just be like the be patient fan trade. I'll have to make a better name for that trade. Does anybody understand this or no? Anybody out there understand this or no? Okay, maybe not. We'll move on from that. Hold on a second here. Yeah, the knuckle sandwich. That's a good, thank you, Sledge. Call that pattern a knuckle sandwich. That's a good way to look at it, the knuckle sandwich pattern. There's no way to win in that trade. I've gotten eaten alive in those trades. I can't tell you how many times. I'm like, oh, God, here we go. We're going to start, like, poking this upside target, and then they just trap me in, drag me down, and I'm like, why didn't I just wait down here? Like, I should have just waited down here for the next big move higher. And it's a constant battle. The worst part of this stuff, too, is when you're waiting for this, and we're finally down there, then you get people telling you like, "Oh, bro, bro. I don't know, my break, bro. Bro, I need to see more, bro." It's like constant, repetitive diarrhea. Like, so once you're down here, you're like, "Okay, I'm gonna go long. I'm gonna take another shot, and then you've got a whole group of people telling you, "No, bro, it's too bearish," and you're just like, and then you're up here, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna take my money and run, and they're like, no, bro, it's gonna squeeze one more time up here, bro. And you're like, these are the same people not buying down here or buying up here. So, I like that. Who said that? Who said that? Was that Sledge? The knuckle sandwich. I'm stealing that. I'm stealing that. Knuckle sandwich trade. Just be patient. Just chill out. Think about to yourself who's talking to you out in public and stuff. Think about the bears that are telling you, it's going to crash today. It's going right to zero, bro. It's going to zero today by end of day. I don't care if it does or doesn't. I don't care if there's a trap there. You just sit back, wait, and watch. Anyways, okay. So we're done with that. I'm a little behind right now on some stuff. I have to do some work here. I'll be here with you. I'll chart out on a minute chart. Expectation blow by blow. But I got some work, some office work here I got to do. Should take me a half an hour at most. One more quick second here. Take a look at this here. And I'm going to I'll read some stuff off to you here this morning. I'll read some basic stuff, or I'll post some stuff in the Discord. How about that? So I'm not talking and blabbing. I'll post some stuff in the Discord for you so you have some market awareness. And I'll be right back with you guys. Let me chart this out for you on a smaller time frame real quick. Good morning, by the way. How's everybody doing? Great day yesterday, right? FinTwit, nice and quiet last night. A lot of damaged accounts. Oh yeah, I want to tell you about that too. One more thing. Try to be kind this morning or in your travels. If you see anyone or anyone that maybe got blown up yesterday, there's going to be traders that can be in some real trouble. If you were short, you could have gotten blown up yesterday in a pretty severe way. It's the kind of thing where you lose your job or you lose your house kind of stuff for a lot of people. So just be conscious of that. There may be traders out there that got real banged out yesterday. So if you're like, I don't see that person or that person disappeared or any of that kind of stuff, be gentle with them. In your travels on Wall Street Bets, Stock Twits, or FinTwit, or even our Discord possibly. There was one trader in our Discord that got banged out pretty hard yesterday, fought his way back with money, but there's likely people out there that have some gnarly margin calls. I'm not talking about your prop trader or whatever. I'm talking about people that have real money on the line. Those losses, we were talking about that yesterday, right? We're talking about how I disassembled a desk once. That's a real story. That really happened to me, and it was the worst experience of my life. It's actually happened to me, I think, 2 or 3 times. And all 3 times I lost confidence in myself. I didn't want to talk to anybody. One time I got really angry about it, how my stupidity, my own self, I don't know what you call that right now off the top of my head, but like I'm my own worst enemy, right? My worst critique is always of myself. So just be conscious of that, of people that might have gotten blown out, or if they disappear, if they're quiet, any of that kind of stuff. If you normally see them someplace, it's not nice to, it's nice to poke fun at people for a bad trade and stuff like that. But losses like that can be the kind of losses that you don't recover from, or you don't think you're going to recover from, or even possibly that you could have done monetary damage to your life. And those things are not easy pills to swallow. And not only that, even if you do recover, mentally you can check out of trading for months at a time sometimes, not feel confident at all, and then you're behind the curve trading. It takes you another 1 to 3 months to get back into the swing of things. When you're out of market for a period of time, it sucks. So just be conscious of that if you see people like that. Try to be empathetic to them. Yeah. Have some empathy for people, because everyone goes through this. It's a part of trading. If you ever meet any traders that say they've never been through that, they're out of their minds. They're lying to you. unless they're a senator, maybe, or a House of Rep, or maybe. Those are or bond vigilantes. Bond vigilantes never lose. The Senate and the House never loses, right? I think those are the only two groups that can say they always win. Okay, so we're seeing all this buying pressure right here, right now, which is good to see. Where we've got the hourly trigger parked right here, right? Let's take a peek here. This looks constructive here. Time is it right now? Already 11 a.m. Just burning time right now. Burning calls, baby. You know how they do it, right? Dealers are going to make you pay. This is where we think about. This is where we think about. We're on the half an hour trigger here. The hourly trigger is down below. This is where we think. This is where I ask people to think about a dealer's perspective. We're in a low liquidity environment, right? The range of the market right now is running from major supply and demand. It's a very illiquid market, so dealers are chasing from one side to the other and amplifying these moves. I was on Reddit this morning, and they were claiming that it was pre-planned. That's not true. That Trump planned this out yesterday. That's not true. We knew that we were going to make a major move up on Monday. We knew before. I charted it out for you here on a live stream from start to end. And then we knew that we'd roll back down, and we were watching the bottom to see if we'd make a new low or not. And then, of course, yesterday we knew we were going to go up, right? I posted it on FinTwit at 4 a.m. yesterday. We're more than likely not going to reject 500. We're likely to trade 540. I got laughed at for that trade yesterday. Yeah. And I got laughed at for that trade on Tuesday at the close. I was like, it's either here or slightly lower. And people were like, what do you think we trade? I'm like, I don't know, 540. And someone asked me, when? And I was like, the latest Friday? At the latest. And what do? One fell swoop yesterday, right? Straight up. So I want you to think about dealers. So we race all the way to the top like that, and they're amplifying this move to the upside, right? Chasing. And we come into the market this morning, and what do we have? FOMOers. And think about the number of calls that were on the market yesterday. And what does a dealer do? Once they stop chasing, what do? They start murdering those calls, right? Delta hedging, right? And then they want you to buy more calls. So if you bought 10 calls, right, now they want you to buy 10 more and 10 more. It's called bag holding, right? I got a bag with 10 calls in it. Now I got to go tell my friends that the bag has lots of room left in it and make them believe, right? This is the simplified version of this. Like, I have a bag with calls in it. Now I got to go tell my friends, hey, bro, there's plenty of room left in that bag, bro. Does that make sense? You should buy 550 and 560, expiring on Friday, right? Make sense? And now you need to get someone else to buy those calls from you. A dealer's like, I don't want them. I'm not buying those from you. I'll buy them for $0 from you. Well, you charged me $1, $2 yesterday. I don't care. There's $0. Make sense? So you need to find other traders to want to believe that we're going to 560 and higher and be willing to pay you more money, right? Make that's a simplified version of this. So so that's what we're doing here, right? We're going to burn all these calls, right? Reprice them all until someone's willing to pay to get back into play. Make sense? It's kind of simplified here. So they're just going to sit here and burn. Or if we get some volatility in the form of some news or a breaking story or a tweet or some kind of nonsense like that, to instigate a move higher. That's the simple version. So let's just hang out here. We'll watch this. We'll watch that as this goes. We're gonna use our tools too, right? It's now. What time is it? 10:30. So we're gonna mark out the time here. Right here it is right here. We know though that the low was down here. This is at 10 a.m. Let's mark this one out. So here's 10 a.m. Right, got a nice, we're a little bit off right now, but there's the low. There's a bigger low down there, right? Just look on I think we're going lower, by the way. I think so, but let me just check. Check here in a 5-minute basis. Is this thing working right now? Please tell me it's working. There we go. Whoa. It's working right now? Hold on, man. Hold on a second here. Oh. It's not working. Hold on a second here. I don't think it's working. I think it's stuck. Hang tight a second, guys. Let me restart this bad boy over here, and we try to restart this other computer over here. Like I can't win. We're gonna suffer through this together. We'll mark this bottom out down here together. Hold on here, guys. We'll do it together. Mark that little green box right there. Just give me a few moments as I restart all of this. We've got this big one right here. Make that yellow. Right? Nice little, what do we call this right here? Finger trap, right? Check this on a 15-minute basis. Just take a peek at 15 minutes together. See what we can see. Yeah, look at that big gap up there. Woo! So on a 15-minute basis, they want to close this up here. I'm sure that's what you want to close too, right? That down there. Go back to a 5-minute basis. Make sure I got this right here. Hold on here, guys. Right about there. It's looking pretty good right now, believe it or not. Well, let me go back to this 15-minute basis really quick. Oh, look at that nice gap right there to close. PT1. PT2. One more quick second here. Failure to get a new low. Or a new high, excuse me. So we can spin this thing up here. Hold on.
Agricultural Secretary Rollins ends remark to reporters now.
I'd really like to buy down here, to be honest. $10.30 though, they were buying here. They were buying at 10. They were buying at 10.30. See if they get the new low or not. No trade right now. See if this works. Come on, baby. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We're almost there. Hold on. Here we go. Hot sauce. Hold on. Oh, so much better. Woo. There we go. There we go. See that finger trap right here? We ain't touching this stuff. See this? See my cursor right here? Down here. Take a look down there together and see what's down. Oh, look at that. Oh. Oh, yeah. We ain't touching nothing, are we? We ain't touching none of that. Or I ain't touching none of that. Are you talking about something being bearish here? Didn't you read my post on FinTwit this morning? D-Man, what are you doing? I don't want to hear bearish. Told you, bro, it's going down to 0. It's going down to 500 like first hour of market. Very bearish, bro. Watch right here. And find out if they're going to buy this or not. I even wrote out all the things that are going to be said for like the next day or two. I was like, this is what they're going to tell you. Yeah, I'm not buying any of this. I don't want anything to do with any of this 45. I ain't touching it. I'll wait. I'm patient. Just patience. Just a little bit of patience.
Schmidt says consumer behavior is going to be tested if prices rise.
Yeah, 100% with you. I'm with you. I'm with you, 45.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
I think I said this on stream already this morning. I'm going to tell it to you guys again, okay? I'll say it one more time. You've got people that didn't participate yesterday. You've got a group of people that got blown out yesterday. You got a group of people that are trapped from the bottom yesterday. You've got people that entered at the close yesterday.
Possible mortgage-backed security.
I'm telling you, there's like the whole blend of people that you should not be listening to. You've got like people that want this to go to 500 right now. You've got people that want this to moon right now. I showed you what did they call it earlier? The knuckle sandwich trade, right? I spent 15 minutes going over the knuckle sandwich trade, and there's no point. You just sit here and be patient, and it'll come back to you. I promise. It'll come down to you. They're gonna blow out all these people. Then they're gonna let the bears out, and then we're gonna be able to go higher. It's that simple. Every time this trade comes up, it's like, oh, you just be patient. You don't do anything. Just chill. You just relax. Like I swear, every time when you're supposed to be patient, it's like it's like Christmas Eve, the market's open. I need to make my year today. I'm like, what do you mean, man? We had a whole year to make your year. You need to make it right now? Yes. Just be patient, chill, relax. Let the market do its thing. I mean, look at this drop right here. This is bottom of the world. Look at this. Bottom of the world right here. Look at all these like, well, look at all this stuff down here. It's like just like hidden orders down here. So just hang tight. That's me too, Bugs.
CNBC, US tariffs on China now total 145% after the latest hike. CNBC citing a White House official.
Fire. Oh, no problem, child. Well, I mean, hey, well, actually, yesterday, I was in and out of calls.
The rate of public debt is not sustainable.
But if I had left my original calls on, I probably would have been a multi-million-year winner yesterday. I probably would have made. I have to go back. I'll go back and look today. I'll go back and look and see what I would have made had I held to the end of the day. For my first trade of the day. I will check those and see. I'll check the price history of them and see. I don't know if I want to look. Problem Child just said that he sold too early. I got in and out 3 or 4 times yesterday. I'll look at my trades today, and the first one that I was in, I watched it go at some point to like $50 or $60. $50 or $60 at by end of day.
The rate of public debt, again, as a repeat, not sustainable.
Something stupid like that. I was in the first group of buyers. Actually, I was in the first group of buyers on Tuesday. If you look at the call history of Tuesday and Wednesday, I was in the first group of buyers on Tuesday. I closed at the closing bell. I'm like, nope, we're gonna sweep those fucking lows even more. And then I was in the group, the second group that was yesterday. I was right in the front of that pack too. That was stupid. I should have just like diamond handed. And then we discussed zero dates yesterday too while it was all happening. Anyways, irony.
The franc rises to 0.8332 per US dollar. It's its strongest since January 2015.
They're not once in a lifetime opportunities. I've been in them before. Who said that? Problem Child? I've been in those before. You'll get 1 or 2 in your life where you'll stay in and you'll make bank. I've made high 6 figures doing it. You can make some serious money.
Canadian dollar as well, again, extending gains up 0.6% against the US dollar now.
There's the 4-hour right there. There's the 1-hour right here. Need to build out an island. We're not building an island yet. See if we can build one lower. Target down below 522.70, I think. See if we can hold on here. See if we can build this one out. If not, we'll try to build this one out right here.
Evaluate capital and Basel III.
You guys notice how quiet everything is this morning? Discord was quiet. I thought FinTwit was quiet. People either made a lot of money and they're like, I'm taking the day off, or they got rolled really hard yesterday. I'm going to read a few things to you real quick here. Let's see what we got for you here. So this is from yesterday. We're gonna roll back to just after the close yesterday.
From Fed's Bowman now says the economy is strong. So Fed's Bowman also says growth is solid but slowing.
Let me read a few.
Bowman speaking in their Senate nomination hearing for vice chair for supervision. Bowman says inflation came down and the CPI report shows that.
Let me show you guys a few things here, or read a few things to you here. We'll do some catch up. Goldman. Protecting both financial and mental capital is crucial. As bad trades
coming through from Fed's Bowman now. We have got the live video pinned to their entry in the calendar for those interested as they speak at their Senate nomination hearing. In the Forex market, Euro rallies over 2% to a session high, trading at around 1.1185 per US dollar.
protecting both financial and mental.
The US to
All right.
sell $13 billion in 20-year bonds reopened on April 16th, settling on April 30th.
I guess I'm not getting a word in this morning, am I?
US to sell $25 billion in 5-year tips on April 17th, settling on April 30th.
That's right. Goldman is worried about your mental health. I think this is. To
sell $76 billion in 3-month bills on April 14th, settling on April 17th, and 6-month bills they're selling $68 billion again on April 14th, settling at April 17th. Fed's Bowman says unclear how tariffs affect the economy, and says a tariff effect on industry is unclear.
All right, I'm turning that shit off. I don't need to hear Bowman speaking. So much better. We have a 4-week bill auction, an 8-week bill auction coming up at 11:30. Then we've got more garbage speak from the Fed speakers at 12. We get Goolsby. At 12 p.m., we also get a 15-year mortgage rate, a 30-year mortgage rate. The biggie, though, is at 1 p.m., we get a 30-year bond auction. The 10-year went very well yesterday. They tried to assign that very well to the trade yesterday. Even a good bond auction, I've never seen that move in a market. I can't describe that to that trade. I disagree with that being the reason we mooned yesterday too. Like, there's been a lot of assignments to why we mooned, and it is not that. It is the liquidity in the market. That's what it is. There's an unwind trade going on right now, and large players don't have free capital right now in this unwind. So let's do some mental health check. Goldman yesterday coming out and saying protecting both financial and mental capital is crucial. Can anyone out there please tell me that they haven't been through the ringer last 2-3 weeks? I have. Every show that I do here the past 2 weeks has been a challenge. Knowing where the market's going has been a challenge. The research I'm doing every day is 4, 5, 6 hours, not nonstop. Keeping up with policy, nonstop. It's been nonstop. It's been brutal. And Goldman coming out and saying protecting both financial and mental capital is crucial, as bad trades can cause more damage than just monetary loss. Quote, "It's the fact that it messes up your psychology. You lose the bullets in your gun. Then the elephant walks past you while your gun's not loaded." End quote. This is the biggest risk, missing the elephant trade. For now, uncertainty is the only certainty, but 2025 is likely the year of major elephant trades. I just had a trader that I know say to me, I missed the once-in-a-lifetime trade, and Goldman just said, no, you haven't. This may be the year of lots of those trades. Near close yesterday, Trump spoke to reporters outside the White House. Dude, what is this flashing on my screen here? Do you guys see this right here? Some sketchy ass price action on or order book on Bookmap. President Trump speaks to reporters outside the White House. This was yesterday. We're going to follow up with some of this morning. We have some talking to do here. Like, is it all over? Is it not all over? Sense of relief yesterday for a lot of participants. I was on a phone call with a member in our Discord yesterday after the close, and we had a very personal phone call about the economy because people wonder. They're like, where's our economy at? Where's it going? Can we invest in the stock market? Is this the bottom? Are all of our worries over now? Are we forward looking on all of this tariff stuff? Seemed like it yesterday with the squeeze, right? Trump coming out yesterday and saying there will be a 90-day pause for all countries that did not retaliate. Says he was watching the bond market overnight when bond traders were getting queasy. That's real. And you guys know M. LeBon? He was flinching 2 nights ago. I remember when the bond market got routed the first time, and there were traders that lost their whole lives, their whole career in that down move. And there was more of that yesterday or 2 nights ago. Trump saying China doesn't know how to go about making a deal. Nothing is over yet. There will be a 90-day pause for all countries that did not retaliate. That is good news. Wall Street wants a concise plan for trade war. They don't want this like drag it out in public, treat every country separately, publicly. They just want like negotiate in the background, give us the plan. We can price this stuff in as it becomes public. Wall Street's been very punitive right now. Other countries are being punitive right now, right? They've been punitive. There will be a 90-day pause for all countries that did not retaliate. This seems more streamlined hearing that, doesn't it? China is in the process of figuring things out. He thinks a deal could be made with everyone. This is Trump. With everyone, including China. He urges Americans to be cool. No. Sorry. Because everything is working out faster than he thought. I'm not cool with this at all, to be honest with you guys. Restructuring our economy is still on the table. If we restructure our economy, and that has negative effects in the process that will need to be priced in. And we will feel the effects if this follows through to the end. You will see a revaluation of the dollar. You'll see companies, you'll see like new manufacturing in the U.S. You'll see possibly lower returns in the stock market, believe it or not. Even when we drag ourselves out, it should look like the 1950s and 60s. Now, that's all we know right now, right? We just know that we're not there yet. We don't know if it's going to happen. There's unknown unknowns. You could see policy shift. You could see, we're going to roll back to what we were doing, right? You don't know the future. But if this is the plan, I don't think being cool is on board for me, at least at this moment. He was watching the bond market overnight when bond traders were getting queasy. He liked Jamie Dimon's letter. Tariffs provide flexibility. This is all Trump yesterday. Also, Trump will hold a cabinet meeting tomorrow, which is today. Goldman on U.S. fundamental long-short net leverage was at 58% earlier this year, but is now at 40%. Which is at a 5-year low and not far from the trough level of equal or greater than or less than 35% since we started tracking the data in 2016. However, gross exposure remains relatively high. which could lead to ongoing rotations and pockets of dislocations in our view. Goldman goes on to say U.S. fundamental long-short leverage has fallen 5.6 points year to date to 120%, the lowest level since March 2023. On the other hand, U.S. fundamental long-short leverage has risen 8.2 points year to date to 80%, around the highest level on our record. Director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett, saying 10% global tariff will be the baseline, and it will take an extraordinary deal for President Trump to lower that. He says he expects Congress to pass a reconciliation bill well before the August recess. He says the timeline has not been changed due to tariffs. Goldman's Pravorsky coming out this morning and saying that the most important thing we learned yesterday is that the executive put does indeed exist, and that reflexivity is real as the U.S.'s ideology is capitalism and the bond market is in charge. Paolo Schiavone says, also from GS, put out a note saying everybody wants to fade it. Yesterday's price action, but this is a trend reversal. I don't fade trend reversals. Schiavone also says that he does not see a catalyst path to retest the lows, but rather sees one for the highs, saying all those ideological recession trades should be reversed, trade technical levels, not fundamental opinions. Over at the JPM desk, traders do not think yesterday's 90-day pause does not change anything economically. Quote, sectoral tariffs remain in place, with pharma and semis still to be announced. This move actually increases the average tariff rate. JPM also says that 90 days will not decrease uncertainty for businesses, and CapEx will not move higher. On the other hand, side the game for markets has changed, they think, and that the trading range will tighten. Trading range will tighten. Tighten. I posted that on Twitter for you yesterday morning at 4 a.m. about a wider trading range and looking for a compression of range to show the way higher. On monetization, on monetization, JPM suggests Brazil and Japan near the top of the buying list. We may get some more details on Canada, Mexico, and the EU, but if all are reduced to 10%, then expect rallies in those countries too. Within the U.S., there may be enough inertia to carry mega cap tech higher into earnings, and these are companies that investors will avoid shorting. Citi acknowledges that the Trump put exists, but only for the bond market, not equity. Suggests to add conservative risk, own large cap growth stocks, banks, or core positioning. I'm going to post this for you in the Discord right now so you have it. We review some of the takes from Wally World or Wall Street. Amazon CEO Andy Jassy coming out and saying, we're working hard to keep prices as low as possible for customers amid tariffs. Sure you are. The company is doing some forward inventory buys and renegotiating terms. I like to hear that, believe it or not. The renegotiating terms is great to hear from Amazon. Consumers have not stopped buying. Sellers will pass the cost of tariffs to consumers. Hey, I don't want to hear that because that means you're going to have to refuse as a consumer at some point. AI growth is strong and will continue building of data centers despite tariffs. The company never stopped trying to make acquisitions. It's possible that this environment will be easier to make acquisitions. So what are they saying? They're saying that people are going to go bankrupt, right? Did you know that if we hit a recession, it's one of the best times to start a new company? It's usually cheap to build a new company in a recessionary environment. It's people will work with you on leases and sales and equipment and whatever it is you're trying to build. Amazon's Jassy goes on to say he hasn't seen meaningful change in consumer behavior from tariffs yet. And I think that's the uncertainty. When does it hit the end of month statement for people that live within a budget? Wealth is, I think I've said this before, but wealth is different than a paycheck. If you live with wealth, you're constantly trying to protect your money. Money costs money to protect, either from inflation or mostly inflation, but then hits that it takes. Like the big whammies, right? Oh, my car broke down, right? My house broke down. My second house broke down. My boat broke down. My plane broke down. And that's taking a hit on my wealth, right? And then, of course, the revaluation of the dollar scares people too, doesn't it? And also, how do I grow my money? Is it in the stock market? Is it in manufacturing? Where is it? Is it in another country? Is it in bonds? Where do I make money? Now, a worker does not think about those things. Workers go to work Monday through Friday. They get a paycheck, and they have bills. They have debt, and they try to live within their means, right? I've got a car loan. I have car insurance. I have gas bill. I've got a propane bill. I've got a natural gas bill. I've got my commute costs me X amount of dollars. My lunch costs me X amount of dollars. I have to buy work boots every 6 months, right? I have to pay these things, and I live within this budget. Now, Amazon saying that the consumer has not stopped spending yet. The consumer living within that budget will at some points look at their budget end of month, this month and next, and say, uh-oh, I thought I was saving some money or tightening my belt, and look at that. The insidious greedflation is creeping into my budget. That's not good, is it? A consumer can handle some of that, and some of it they cannot. Now, when they are shocked by this, right, they're going to be shocked. They have some choices. They're either going to have to stop spending money at certain places, choose a different product, or they get into trouble at some point, right? Normally not right away. They usually have there's usually like a probation period. I've been there. I'm a real person. Putting pants on, taking pants off every day. They usually get like you go through like a probation. Oh shit, I spent too much money. Hey honey, we need to tighten the belt this month. And then sometimes though, you find out that even when you tighten the belt, you still can't afford the things that are basics, right? Well, maybe I got to turn that truck in and get something cheaper. Or maybe we need to live in a different place. Or maybe we need to cut, right? We're not there yet, but you want to look for signs of a weak consumer. How do you look for those signs? You talk to your friends and your family. That's what you do. You check your neighbor. You check your neighborhood. You look to see, are people shopping at the grocery store more or less? Check their carts. What do they got in their cart today? You know, are they buying bread and water, or are they buying wine and whiskey? Are they buying vegetables, or are they buying canned vegetables, fresh vegetables, frozen vegetables? Are my friends getting divorces? Are there for sale signs everywhere in my neighborhood? We're not there yet, but there's likely some kind of a rude awakening coming and family table discussions over the next month or two. And that's why I'm still worried here. consumers have been a little careful for some time. That's true too. We've seen that in retail sales to some extent. Market just drifting here. I have one more thing I want to show you here. In a deep recession, there are more special loans to stimulate businesses, and you're spoiled for choice when hiring at a specific price per hour. 100%. You get really good employees, too, in a deep recession. You can always, that's a good point, 45. You can always tell if we're in a recession when you go to the restaurant and your server, your restaurant server, if you ask them what do you do for work? Why are you working here? And they'll tell you, I'm either a server, I do this for a profession, or they'll tell you something else. I was laid off from this high-end job, and I need to make the same or similar money that I was making in the good times, right? That's a good point right there, 45. I've got something for you here in the Discord I want you to read. I'm not going to say this publicly, but I do want you to read this. Yep, read that one right there. And then I'm going to show you guys one more thing in the Discord. If you're looking for timing a dip buy, I posted a little arrow down there for you. Did you guys hear that Apple was flying iPhones into the country? You know what else is crazy here? I got something for you guys. This is the thing. I'm going to show you guys something really quick here. Now, why is this, hold on here. Give me a second here. Why am I missing this? Thought I saved this to read to you. I'll have to show you guys something. There was a guy that was saying that his tax attorney. There was a guy saying that his tax attorney was recommending. I'll have to look for it. There's a way for. There's a legal way to avoid most of the tariffs with China. Oh, look, I'll take a break in a minute and look for it and email it to myself. There are companies attempting to avoid tariffs right now, and I was like, really? How are they doing that? I was like, I might have to start a business to do this. Not kidding. I'm like, I might have to start this business and see if I can do this. There's a way to import from China where most of the tariffs you're not paying them. Come on down, big boy. Come on down there. Goddamn Theta gang. What else we got here? Let's check out what Walter Bloomberg saying. Nasdaq 100 extends losses to more than 4%. Fucking go up 10%, down 4, and it's like doom and gloom. It's the worst ever. I'm like, dude, we just did a 10% or 11% move on Nasdaq yesterday. Chill. Hedge funds doubling down on bearish. Oh man, here we go. Hold on a second here. We need a title like At Bears. We need to label the bears on the Discord. At Bears. Okay, coming into the next half hour here. Coming into 11:30, we're not on trend. Let's just see what happens right here. Coming into 52.50 right now. I think we go lower, by the way. Yeah. We should see if we can, like, if you request, like, bear bull tags. Like, I want to be labeled a bear or a bull. We'll do, like, buy, too. I'm buy. I'm bull. I'm bear. But we'll do buy curious, bull, and bear. Yeah, switch. So terrible. Oh, we got to do Theta Gang too. We got to add Theta Gang too. Hold on, I'll write all that down. Hold on. Trading into 52.50 now. Into the hourly trigger. A note here that the half-hour trigger is crossing on SPX down at 5,200. Look at that. We're already erasing the move. We're already there. They didn't even wait to erase the move. The knuckle sandwich trade. Yep, there it is. That's the one I'm looking for right there, I think. That's the one I'm looking for down there. The bear's going to come out and say, I guarantee that. Oh, this is the other one from today. This is one of my favorites right here. We didn't buy the open. Sure you didn't. I'm like, no, we have a live stream. We didn't do that. We got a Discord. We didn't buy the open this morning. I don't believe you. Yeah, we give it all back like now or later. It doesn't really matter when it happens. If you watch the earlier part of the stream, I discussed it earlier. Like the what do they call it again? The knuckle sandwich trade is a trade where you don't participate. You just wait. You just be patient. Just chill. Only suckers participate. I mean, like on the bull side, not the bear side. I mean, on the bull side. You don't swing in today and just start buying calls and shit like that. Just let the market digest, as some people say. Sam, I think, said that earlier. That was a good way to describe it. Hell yeah, baby. There's more down to go, leader. Just looking for it right down here, baby. Right here. Right there. You see it right down there. Should catch a bounce here on 5250. We have an hourly trigger on SPY. More down to go, though. More than likely. Hopefully. If I can get more of that down there, it'd be nice. Give me some love down there, maybe. This over here. Halfback trade almost done. Close, but not quite there. Got a target of 518.94. We can hit that bad boy down there. I'd like to see like one more right here. That's the yellow box right here. See that yellow box over there? Yeah, 100%, right? Maybe 520.08. I might be wrong there. We're gonna bring it in. We're gonna rein it in just a little bit right there. Come on, baby, more down, more down. What else do we have here? Markets are in extreme fear. Why? I don't know if they're in fear. It's really weird. I think yesterday was a pressure relief or pressure valve was relieved yesterday. It says the market here is still in extreme fear. I agree with that. Wall Street Journal saying that Trump was aware the economy could enter a recession, but wanted to avoid a depression. I talked about that yesterday morning, right? So I want to tell you that on today is what day is today? Thursday? Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. On Tuesday, I started looking at the market against the Great Depression 2 days ago. Early yesterday's conversation in this stream was about the Depression. And the Wall Street Journal is quoting Trump as saying that he acknowledges that he could cause a recession, but just didn't want a depression. We are trading a depression right now. Still. We're still trading a depression. And it's very dangerous. And I had a conversation after the bell yesterday with a member about that trade. And we're still in that trade right now. We have not averted a depression trade yet. And the scary part is it's like switching the recession trade. 2008 and the year 2000 price action mimics a mini depression trade. This one looks like a true depression trade in the 1930s. I dug deep. I spent about 4 hours. I was talking to you about this yesterday, right? So I dug through this stuff yesterday. I've been reading about this stuff now for about a year. I've been reading about Hoover and the time period, 1910s, 20s, 30s. And Tuesday night, I was going to write a brief Tuesday, and I started digging deep into this price action from 1920s, and then price action now, and then a bunch of technical stuff. And we're closing doors above on quarterlies and 6 months and things like that, and the stretch and all this other stuff. Momentum in the marketplace, time and speed of the market coming down as deep as it has come down. And I got scared. I'm not going to lie to you. I went and spoke to my wife about it. I actually ate a bunch of Tums, and I had some bile in my stomach, and I was speaking to my wife about it. And it's similar to that conversation that people have tightening their belts. It was, if this were to happen, will we be okay? And what would our plan be? And she asked me, we talked a lot about would it be the same style of depression? I went back and I had already looked at currencies back then and who stayed rich, who didn't, who was poor, who wasn't, who did very well during the Depression, who didn't, and the impacts on society and the length of it and the recovery of it and how do you recover from it. And it was fascinating. And then, of course, I went and discussed what I saw yesterday or 2 days ago, what I could see in the markets with the depression trade. And, it's not fun. As a matter of fact, I was talking to my friend of mine, a business partner and close friend of mine, about buying commercial real estate in the next recession. And I don't think I'm going to. I think I want to. I was talking to my wife, and I was like, it's like when I moved to Detroit. I had been watching Detroit for years, and I moved here right at the perfect time, right as it was turning. And there was a small real estate group on Facebook. I think at that time I think when I joined it, might have had 30 or 40 members. And over the course of the next year or two, it grew to like 200. And that's when I had moved to Detroit. And now that real estate group has thousands and thousands and thousands of members. And my thought was to, in this next recession, to move in, instead of doing residential real estate, to move into commercial real estate. It's easier, generally. And I don't know. I was telling my wife about it, and I was like, I would really like to find a group of investors that are investing in industrial production or manufacturing. I want to show you guys something about that really quick. Hang tighter. I want to read something to you. If you're a long-term investor, you're thinking about, are we in a depression trade? And you're thinking about deploying money. And if we are committed to this structural change in our economy, and maybe if we were to posit that we're not going to see the returns, we're very close here, guys. We're getting close. We're near bottom here. We're really, really close here. Watch out, we could get squeezy at some point. Be patient. Remember, we want to see an island get built. I'm going to read something to you. First, I want to post this to you in the Discord. So I was talking to my wife, and I was like, I wish there was like I gotta start searching for groups like these real estate groups, but for like investing in manufacturing or factories. And let me show you this. Like, so when you're, and I want you to think about this. Remember that we consume only what matters in the news today. But we're never told what's happening in the background until after it happens. You know, Joe Donut was talking with us as a group, right? And saying what? He said, I go to conventions, and in these conventions, there are private equity, VCs, big suits, right? $20,000 suit, hand-tailored suits. Watch this 52008 down here. See this one right here? Somewhere in here, I think. It's in here or down here. Maybe all the way down here at this one. Slice down. And he says that these Wall Street types show up, and they have a booth, and they meet boomers, and they say, hey, Mr. Johnson, you've got a company XYZ, True Value Hardware, and you want to pass this True Value. How many do you own, Mr. Johnson? I got 5. I want to pass it along to my son, Jimmy Johnson. And I'm Bob Johnson, my son, Jimmy Johnson. I want to pass my legacy on to my son. And the VC or the private equity guy goes, hey, listen, you know, Mr. Johnson, what if your son, Johnny or Billy, I don't know what these names are, Johnson Jr., what if he squanders the money, or his son or daughter squanders the money? What I could do is offer you a lot more money than anyone else would. You could take your money instead of the risk of financing it for your son and him defaulting or failing or a bad economy. I'll give you more than your anyone would offer you for this True Value. That way you can give the extra money that you make to your son. He can do his own investments and put the risk on for himself. You're happy with the money. You know that it's been paid. You have nothing to worry about. And, you know, why is this private equity guy offering so much money? Because their horizon is way farther out than Mr. Johnson selling to Mr. Smith, who needs to turn a profit immediately. Trading 520.08. This is my target right here. We could slice through it, but I would like here. It gets a little concerning in here. So my point to you about this is, why are these private equity guys in there? When we have a capitalist business cycle, there's smaller business cycles within the larger cycle. Okay, so you got like business cycle, business cycle, business cycle, business cycle. And in our country, there's a constant, never-ending pursuit of profit, right? That's simple to understand. You can see it in your own life, right? My bag of chips used to have 16 ounces, then it had 12, then it had 10. Now they're making the bag bigger. And it's this never-ending seeking of profit. And smart people say, oh, there's no more profit to be made here. Where else can I find profit? So you're a private equity guy and you go, you know what? What if we buy up all the funeral homes, or if we buy up all of the veterinary clinics, or if we buy up all the dental shops, or we buy up all the True Values, and we, what? We sell them to Mr. Johnson's son. And we charge interest. And when Mr. Johnson's son fucks it up, I can sell it to Mr. Smith's son, right? And make more profit. And so if we have that housing boom in Detroit and it's no longer happening like it once was, and I'm looking for commercial property and I see and read this article that I just showed you inside the Discord, if you read that article there, I want to ask you, do you see that as front and center in your news cycle? Is that all over CNN and Fox News and MSNBC and front page of WAPO, front page of New York Times? Are people telling you that you can buy the stock markets and expect high returns in the future? Are people, your advisors out there telling you that stuff? Is your advisor saying, you know, it's going to be just like it was with this moon mission that the stock market's been on? Are we going to go right back to vertical again? If we're assuming that we're going to change our economy, where would the money be? And where is the money going? And are they going to tell you and I where they're going with their money? They're not. They're not going to tell you and I. But we can check the Fed for where that money is going. And in this article, it talks about where that money is going. They're building factories in the United States at a clip never seen before. If you remember the transition in the Great Depression, who secured their wealth forever were often industrial magnates. So if you read that article that I posted in there, just like stop whatever you're doing, read through it, read the Fed data. It's shocking. So, of course, in my mind, I'm like, well, how do I monetize this? Like, I got to get some money from this. If I have to think that the stock market may not show the returns or predicated upon this economic change in our country, I need to find a group of investors that are investing in factory building or the factories themselves. Maybe it's not owning a commercial building or a residential building. Maybe it's that I need to own, I don't know, a thingy manufacturer, kids toys, or I don't know, a bottle for a child, or I don't know, fucking tin can manufacturing, something like that. Never thought I would be interested in that. I don't want to run that company though. I have no interest in that, but can I fund something like that? Are there any people out there that are looking for funds to start a manufacturing facility? Now that they're building them all, can I just get in on take my money and you'll give me 20, 30% returns and I don't have to do shit? for those returns. Yeah, I'm thinking of it more that you're not in the stock market. I'm thinking of it from the big money moving into industrial production. And that's not good for the stock market, is it? It's not good for returns in the stock market. Testing the cross on SPX half-hour hourly trigger right now. I'll blow this up so you can see it. Strip club. What's going on, Condor? Oh, he was? I didn't know that. So Bob Kendall was talking about Gary, Indiana revival. Yeah, that's happening here in Michigan too. So in Michigan, even Detroit, there's some fear here of the economy shift damaging Detroit, and I'm like, nope, I disagree. I think Detroit has a lot to gain, especially if we do steel production. If Detroit went back to its old roots of industrial production, I think that's similar to Gary or Indiana in general. I think Indiana was swept up in that whole Rust Belt thing. And I wonder if the Rust Belt would turn back into the manufacturing belt once again. So maybe I don't leave the Midwest, and instead I look to maybe start a Facebook group for investors in manufacturing, where we tie or we try to put money together to seek out manufacturers that either want to move here or start a business here. So that's where my mind has been. And I spoke to my wife about this the other night. I was like, I'm really scared here for our future and our kids' future. What are our kids going to do? Trading down into 5,200 on SPX right now. Well, that was my other thing. Winky had a good response here. So I was on a phone call last night with a member, and what I said to him was, I don't want to make anything. Winky and I were looking at a company earlier this year, and this company was amazing. It was spec growth, and they weren't developing a product. And they were this was the fascinating part of this company was they bought a sand pit. It was I think it's in Texas, and they bought a bunch of land and they bought the mineral rights to it. And that was the other thing that I was thinking about. I was talking to this guy last night, and I'm like, a member in our community, and I was like, you don't want to do the manufacturing. I'm like, or make the product. You want it to be there, right? And this company is a publicly listed company. Yep, here we go here. You're going to get a reaction here no matter what. This company, I think they're in Texas or Oklahoma. I can't remember. But I was looking up their financials, and what was fascinating about it was like it's like, so if any of you know anything about construction, concrete needs like a lot of, so we have like a river system. There's a river. Well, hold on, draw this as this is happening. Yeah, right here. You got a little river. And the best sand comes from right around the river. It's called sharp sand. And sharp sand has these little grooves in it, and it can lock together, and it makes some of the best concrete. And a lot of sand today is not. It's rounded, and so it makes poor concrete making. Well, this company like found this deposit of sand, and they're like, well, sand is rare today. Good sand is rare, and this sand happens to be the quality that we need. And so they're just like digging it up and slinging it, and it's an amazing concept. I'm like they don't have to make the sand; they just dig it up and fucking sell it. That's amazing, and they own the rights to this sand. Probing the lows now. SPX probing even deeper. Come on down, baby. How are you doing in the Discord right now? I wonder if the disc. I think the Discord and I are on a different trade here than a lot of the viewers on Twitch and YouTube. Hold on a second here. Oh God, the Discord's going off right now. Sorry. Well, we're probing the lows, baby. Slap that 5160. Oh, come on, just tap it. Tappity tap tap tap, baby. Tap it, tap it, tap it, tap it. Hey, by the way, if you're watching this show somewhere else, We are at risk of a major squeeze here. We could slice down a little bit more, but this is the time to start wrapping. If you're in puts, it's time to start taking the money. Leave the rest of this to FOMOers. We're very, very close. We're at risk now. Doesn't matter if we keep going lower. Just watch this closely here. We're getting really close here. You don't want to get trapped. Even if, let me explain something to you guys out here, something. So we can blast all the way down here. Whoop. But we can just as easily whipsaw up here. So trade was up here, way up here. Or the meat of the trade was way higher. Hell yeah, Goliath. SPX with a bounce now. We didn't quite get to 5160 though, guys. The bottom tick was 5176. I thought we could at least get there. Yeah, exactly. TOS did? I have TOS. I have Thinkorswim. Hold on. I'll check to see if I got an email this morning. Yeah, I see the messages on my terminal in the morning, but I just delete them. I'm old. Those messages are like this big.
And moving toward the golden path.
I'm serious. I just go click and turn them off. I thought maybe they were sending emails out. I didn't see any emails from them. I don't see any emails in my thing either.
LNG exports will be largely unaffected by trade developments due to ample global demand and flexible destinations clauses in US contracts.
Yeah, I don't see anything here from Thinkorswim. Not in my email, at least. How is it only noon? I'm feeling the same way. I'm like, okay, we'll run this down. Hold on, I gotta check something out. Now you got me wanting to check other things here.
US Treasury yields cutting losses, with the US 20 and 30-year yields turning higher. Goolsby says the importance of soft data has gotten more important due to less lag.
Yeah, just a note here that we do have a 30-year coming up at 1 p.m. Or yeah, I think it was 30-year, I think.
Developments in global trade policy and oil production to lower global demand growth for petroleum products through 2026. Fed Goolsby says there's an argument that short-run tariffs would not alter the economy's path. US Treasury 30-year yields last up 4.5 basis points at around 4.835%, ahead of the $22 billion auction at 1 p.m. this afternoon. Fed Goolsby says if confidence is lost, it could cause economic problems.
Oh, what am I doing? Why am I on the VIX for?
The Keystone operator recovers 700 barrels from the North Dakota oil spill. Goolsby says there's a lot of anxiety in the Chicago Fed district. Goolsby says lots of fears of returning to pandemic-era economic conditions. Fed's Goolsby says a tariff is like a stagflationary shock, challenging for the Fed.
What? What? Hold on. I missed this.
He says there is not a generic playbook to respond to a stagflation shock.
Speaker Johnson said, I think today would be a great day to buy stocks. Oh my dude, what are these people doing?
The Nasdaq 100 extends decline to 6%.
Dude, that's like Chuck Schumer coming out yesterday. Who are these people? Is like Nancy Pelosi gonna come out and tell people like sell stocks? Like, what are these people doing? A little bit more gap to close here. A little bit more room up here.
Make both sides of the Fed's mandate worse.
What are these people doing?
Inflationary shock to the economy.
Ooh yeah, baby. 5160. Woohoo! Nice. Oh, we just hit it. We just slapped it just now. Whoa. We just smacked it right now. You can see it down here. We just hit it. We just hit the target. They want me to draw this out for them on public. I already told the Discord earlier. I don't see a circuit breaker hit. They would stop immediately.
Fed's Goolsby says the economy has stable, full employment. Inflation is
Oh.
down.
I'm getting not bearish. I'm getting bullish here.
Extending declines to 6% now. Level 1 circuit breaker for the Nasdaq is at 7%.
Oh, I guess we are close to a circuit breaker. Hold on here. Are we close? We're kind of close. We're at 6.28.
Fed's Goolsby says getting through uncertainty will help clarify the Fed's policy path.
We're close to a circuit breaker. I'm about to buy some fucking calls here.
In crude oil production to decline 6.15 million barrels per day in April from 6.57 million barrels per day in March, according to the EIA.
No, we're at 6.30 on Qs, 6.29 on SPY.
And agreed on the importance of like-minded partners to work closely together to lower trade barriers, according to Downing Street. Fed Goolsby says 12 to 18 months from now, rates will be lower than they are today.
Where are we at here? A warning to you. If you're still in puts and we hit a breaker, they're going to take all of your money. They will reset your puts. As the circuit breaker comes on.
They say in a readout of the UK-Japanese leaders' call that through trading blocks and working bilaterally, there are many options to accelerate growth.
Come on now. What am I looking for?
So NASDAQ 100 extending declines now to 6.62%. Again, level 1 circuit breaker at 7%. Fed Scoresby says, I still believe rates will move down over 1 to 2 years.
Putting on a fairly risky trade here. Gap is closed on VIX 9-day. 12:23 coming into the bond auction, another 40 minutes. If you're in our Discord, you already know what the trade down was. HYG can go down deeper. Oh, yeah, baby. See if we can do a fast reversal here.
Fed Scoresby says the level of long-term inflation expectations are very important. The SIBO Volatility Index jumps at 20 points, last at 50.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
This one here should be TLT. Check the 20-year here. Yep, on the wrong one here. TNX, tits NAS.
Fed Scoresby says current inflation expectations are mixed. The long term still pretty anchored.
Check the 10-year. Not really active. The 30. SOFR, right? Yeah. No, just go back there. It's the SOFR.
Fed Scoresby says inflation
There you go.
expectations still okay, but a little concerning.
Not showing SOFR here. Why is it not showing the SOFR? Swap note futures. Not showing SOFR. Okay. Just not showing up on my thing here.
Nasdaq 100 now down 7% on the session. S&P 500 down 6.2%.
I think this might show it here. No, that's not showing it. Just to note that we're coming into a circuit breaker here. We're now down 7%. Just now he might have triggered it. We may have just triggered a circuit breaker.
Fed Goolsby says political interference in the Fed work causes problems.
And SPX is only at 6% here. SPY hit 7. Whoa. Give me some money, baby. Woohoo.
Fed Goolsby says political interference makes big rate hikes difficult.
Whoa. See if we can get any supply here on VIX. Why don't I just take the money and run? Oh, should I just diamond hand this shit or what? They're fucking cranking just on that. Jesus Christ.
Fed Goolsby says current tariffs are huge.
Just these 3 bars right here. I'm getting out right now. This is ridiculous.
Fed Goolsby says the current tariff system is much greater than expected.
This is absurd. This market is fucking absurd. Just this move right here. This fucking move right here is like, this is absurd. Absurd. Patience pays, baby. It pays so well to be patient. Like, just do this once a day. So fucking stupid. Patience pays. Look at that. Woo, doggy.
Increases uncertainty.
Go up back there and slap that 5,200. It's a beautiful fucking bar right there. I know. Can we do tariffs every day?
He says this is a time to watch the data given all the uncertainty. Fed Scoresby says volatile tariff policy means the Fed should wait.
This is a good question.
Even now, the US still has a lot of manufacturing with complicated supply chains.
This is a good question right now. I was just asked a question about calls. Are you still holding Friday calls? So, the market has changed over the years. I discuss this every once in a while. We're going to discuss it again. And I apologize to you if you already understand this, but I have to restate these things every once in a while for new viewers or new members, and this is an important concept for you to understand. I guess I'm getting old. In my prior experience, years and years ago, before the rise of high frequency trading, we've had high frequency trading for a long time. I really noticed it pick up in February of 2022 is when the first time I really noticed it, where it was glaring. It was the first time that I noticed. I watch the 0 date chain every day, all day long. That's all I do. I watch the 0 date chain. That's all I do. You know, Binky watches months out options chain, and he watches the zeros and the fives. So we're all kind of watching the chain. By the way, I bought calls down here if you don't know.
Due to participate in a cabinet meeting, and we have got the live video for this on the feed for those interested.
Actually, I bought the
12:30. Of course, Trump
exact bottom.
Can be late.
Now, first time I noticed it, I mean, I noticed it increase over the years, but I really noticed it with put buying, 0 date put buying. I was watching like orders come in for millions of puts, and they would open them and close them, open them and close them, open them and close them, and I was really shocked at the volume of these cheap, short-dated options. And there was like a monumental shift.
With the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls, then sign up.
What I found fascinating about
Pro for a year's worth of our service.
What was fascinating to me was after I noticed that, I saw a zeitgeist where people were complaining that bulls were using 0 dates. Or bulls were responsible, retail bulls were responsible for the troubles we were in, for gambling with 0 dates, calls in particular. And I was like, no, that's not where it got crazy. And I couldn't tell if it was hedge funds or large market participants or dealers. Supposedly dealers don't do this. You don't know if it's somebody that owns a lot of the underlying. You don't know who it is, or I think it's market manipulation personally, to move price where it's wanted when no other participants are in the market. It's manipulation of price on a massive scale, and I don't know who's doing it. But I do know that there was a rise. There's other behaviors in the market that I noticed over the years, and high frequency trading firms are now dominant, or were dominant in the stock market. I spent a couple hours with a guy from BlackRock, and he was showing me the high frequency trading algorithm software programs that they're using to enter and exit the market, and my face was blown off. We were on a Zoom call, and he was showing me his dashboard of trades and how fast they were entering and exiting trades, and the speed, the efficiency. These guys are trading like this right here. These guys are like entering right here, exiting right here, entering right here, exiting right here for 3 bars, entering, exiting on a size, scale, speed that a human cannot do. And we were discussing that in a meeting, and what's actually taking place in our market right now, where it's not humans trading any longer. And the only reason I bring that up is because of this discussion about 0 dates. Before this, so that's new. That's been going on now for the past couple of years, and they're using AI in this too. Learn language models, written language models to help them along in this trade. And they're very profitable. I was shocked at it. So I remember there was a time in the stock market where, and this is on the whole trade, well, we'll do it down below. Oh, we'll do it right there. So there was a time in the stock markets where you could, I don't know, place a monthly call. and you'd be in a trend for a month, and or a put, doesn't matter, and you would watch like the market do this over the course of a month, right? Or we'd be going down, and be fairly easy to time an entry and an exit. Make sense? You could pick the high, buy a put, and a month later you'd make money. It was fairly easy. And I think that was fairly frequent, fairly applicable in most time frames. These days, over the course of the month, we don't do that anymore. This is what we used to do, right? Something like that. Now we're like this. We're like, way up there. It's like volatility and the destruction of an option. The options are being abused on at a level that's insane. You might catch your print in one day. You might catch your print in a month. The reason I bring that up is because I remember when you could buy a weekly call option, just a weekly. And it was fairly easy to make money on them. You still can. You can catch a weekly at a Monday low. You should be able to get a print at some point during the week. But it's more. I feel like anything dated 1 to 3 days, and that's far out 3 days. Less profits on a 3-day option, more risk in that option being annihilated, and there's so much less intrinsic value today than I think there was 5 or 10 years ago in an option, even that's short dated, even a monthly. You really got to nail the bottom. You take your money and run. If you get your price early, you take your money and you're out. I'm gone. So my point here in this is, I was just asked, are you still holding Friday calls or something? And I'm like, that's probably like 5 trades ago. Like, I have a rule, and this is important for you to understand, and you need to understand this in your own trading. If you are buying or owning an option, right? That's a put or a call. I don't care what it is, put or a call. And it's like 1 to 3 days. Just write down in your trading book, this option has 0 value. 0. It's worthless. It means it's worth 0 in my view. And that if you're going to own an option that's 1, 2, or 3 days out, you should be, if you're going to own an option, you should be buying that option with a direction in mind that is immediately going in your direction. Does that make sense? I don't care what the price of it is that you're paying. I don't care if it's a 30 delta, 10 delta. I don't care what fucking delta it is. If you're buying an option, buying a 1, 2, or 3 day option, you are expecting to enter a directional move immediately or some kind of a trigger. Like, hey, it's the close on a Tuesday. It's a close. I'm expecting a gap up overnight. Does that make sense? An event is going to happen. I'm buying a call right here. Make sense? And I have to finish this. There's an important part to this conversation. And this is very, especially on a close, is maybe the better way to describe this. So let's say this is the close here, okay? This is a Monday close. And I'm expecting, this is the close here, and we're trading right here. And I'm expecting a move on Tuesday open right here. It's the Tuesday open, and I'm expecting that call to go from here to here. I pay $1, let's say. And this is a 1-date option. So we gap up. Wham. And that call option for a brief moment is worth $2. Option interest, people are buying. Option interest kicks in. People want them. They're $2. Went from $1 to $2. No, and we think we're going to go higher. So I personally have a rule, because I've seen this happen to me too frequently. Let's say this call is a, I don't know, 520. Costs $1. Auto on the open, I sell it. Boom, take my $1. Ready? Take my $1, put it in my pocket for profit. Right? Even if it's going to continue higher. I profit my $1. I consider this to be a new trade. I don't care if this option is going to be reset in value, meaning it goes from 2 to 1 to 3. I don't care. Or maybe it just keeps cranking. I don't care. I'm going to profit my $1 and then renegotiate to buy a new option that costs $1. Make sense? Some of you don't do that, do you? And if you get caught, see that green bar going up? So that means what? That means that the trade is only good for the direction of travel. Win money, take profit. Renegotiate, still think we're going up, buy new calls. Cheaper. Does that make any sense to you? So if there's no intrinsic value in 1 or 3-date options, I feel as though the trade is only good for the direction of travel. If I think it's going to go up for another leg, I re-enter calls cheaper. This is a mistake that traders make frequently. They just stay in the trade and they get eaten alive by either time decay, interest decay, IV crush, all manner of mechanics and all manner of Greeks that can really fuck you up. And not only that, the opportunity to buy cheaper, better strike, lower strike. This is called rolling your position for either time, right? You're either rolling for time or price. So if there's no intrinsic value, even if it goes from $1 to $20 or $30 or $40, it doesn't matter. It's a rule that there's no implied value in my option. So I'm going to take profit. Does that make sense? I'm going to take that extra $1 that I made, literally put it in my pocket, and renegotiate for something cheaper. And this applies to these short-dated options. $12.51. So if you ever ask me days later, are you holding something? The chances are that if it's short-dated, I've probably been in and out of that trade 3, 4, 5 times or something like that. Or I'm changing strikes, or I'm changing dates. It's really fast, and it's really take my money and run. and renegotiate. Does that make sense? Did you just make some bank? God damn right. Take the money and run right here if you're still in calls, by the way. Right here, you should take the money and run right there. I don't know if that's easy for you to understand or not or whatever. So I'll draw some stuff up for you here if you want. God damn. Fucking calls are cranking 79 cents. Whew. Nice little pump right there, huh? Ripper there. Ripper. Okay, so let's take a look around right now. We've got in 3 minutes we're getting a bond auction, so be very careful here.
Canada said to plan a meeting with US banks after Trump complaint.
A few notes to you. We have more Trump speak today, negative Trump speak. Talking about taking over the world and stuff. So for me, that's what I do. I'm in, I'm out. That's my rule. I've been burned too many times. I've been burned where, like, in directional travel, I've gone where I want to go, and my calls are being torched. We're doing sideways, or we got horse trading. I call it horse trading, when dealers are trying to transition between buyers and sellers specifically on like opens or events and things like that. You can see this too when the market is being hedged for events and data, Fed meetings. Do you ever watch a Fed meeting and you're watching price failing targets, and then they go and break through the target, and you're watching the pricing of the options being repriced in those moves and motions? Hey, what's up, Zion? I didn't swear. They got me on in the office today.
I'm now at the top of the hour. The US is due to sell $22 billion.
Liquidity.
Bonds. The prior bid to cover was 2.37, and the prior high yield was 4.623%.
You know, people talk about tax benefits and stuff like that. I think that there's a few things for me. I actually like SPY. I don't care about the tax burden.
Supply and demand impacts.
I like it for liquidity, being able to enter and exit.
And relative to the US dollar to a nearly.
I'll be quiet here for a minute. I'll answer your questions, Zion. I think that every trader, though, has their own S&P 500 product that they use for different reasons. There's more stable price in SPX, of course. XSP has less liquidity. Some of these things have their own tax benefits. The reason I like SPY is because it's cheap and I can get in and out fast. And I don't care about the tax burden if I'm cranking out 100%. I just cranked out 100% profit in like 5 minutes. What more can I ask for?
Create market shortages.
So, and I'll be able to get in and get out the price that I want. So it's the most traded product in the world. SPY is. SPY specifically. I like SPY personally. I know it's people will tell you if anyone trades SPY, they're dumb or young or whatever. I use SPY here to attract people to the show. No one wants to watch someone trading futures. You guys know that these prop firms, they don't have 30,000 people watching them. They pay for their viewers. I don't know if you know that, but that's what they do. They pay for their viewers. It's fake viewers. No one wants to watch futures trading. I'm sorry. I know you think like this is like the rise of the prop trading videos on YouTube. Those are paid views. I can buy views right now for this show if you want me to. I'm never going to do it, but that's what they do. They show like 30,000 people watching futures trade. That's not real. It's fake. It's scam. You know, they like watching Meet Kevin. They like watching a guy wearing a pink polo shirt, and sitting in a jet or in a ski hill and that kind of stuff. So, you know, to each their own. But At any rate, I sit here in the show. I trade SPY. I love it. SPY is awesome. I have a lot of fun with SPY. A ton of money in it. So that's the preference that I have for it.
Trump. We may buy chips from other countries.
I think, did we call the bottom down here? It's a near perfect move down there, right? That 5160 was pretty sexy, wasn't it? Corn chips. What's up, Moog? So I if you just get a supporter level, I don't even. You don't need to see my trades, man. Like, we got great traders in our. It's not just me.
Wise here to say
we have mentors. We have mentors that teach people how to trade in our Discord. I think it's just the supporter level. That's it. Just supporter level. You can hang out in the Discord, search people that are trading. We always tell you our trades. Like, I think I just saw a trader. See this guy with the orange name right here above me? What did he just say? Not a single like. Look at this right here. I want to show you guys something. So that guy.
Confirmation. Trump says we may buy ships, not chips from.
That guy didn't have a single like a few moments ago on his post. That's a mentor in our Discord.
Treasury, when issued, 30-year yield 4.839% ahead of this $22 billion auction. Again, when issued yield 4.839%.
That guy comes back in a week all the time and goes, I'm going to take all my money now and run. That guy right there. Yep, that guy right there. The guy whose name is in orange. This guy right here. That guy. We're all liking his post right now. John L. is in our Discord. When that guy speaks, listen to him. When Condor LVL talks, listen to him. When David AMS speaks, listen to him. When I talk to you, right? Uncle JBJ, watch out for that guy. I'm just kidding. No. What you want to do is immerse yourself in our community and find groups of traders that trade what you trade. Does that make sense? What do you trade? Like, hey, I trade this. Anyone else in here trade this stuff? Hey, I sell options. You know. And then find out what people are trading and get with those groups of people.
Cover 2.432.
Oh boy. Squeezing right now.
1.3%, 4.813%. The US selling $22 billion, awarding 9.47% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 12.3%, direct 25.82%, and indirect 61.88%. So to repeat, the high yield came in at 4.813% against the pre-sale when issued yield of 4.839%. To see a little bit of strength in the S&P 500 and the dollar.
Oh man, this is too fucking easy making money. Spoo's now squeezing up and trading 52.50. I'll post this again in the Discord. I posted this earlier this morning in the Discord. Post this again in the Discord. What did I post this morning in the Discord? I posted it again. So we tagged that 5,200. I gave you a target of 5160, right? So we sliced through it, banged down below, came back up.
Bleeding edge of news for
Where is SPX trading right now?
Get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our
We just rammed back up into 5250, right? Where's the next target? So he just slammed into 5250, right? Next target would be 5,300. That's right, moon. So let's take a look here. This was a gorgeous trade, wasn't it? Remember, this line is from an hourly chart, not from a minute chart. Now, what is this price action here? I want you at home to be able to figure this out, okay? I want you to watch this closely.
Seeing a long end US Treasuries pair losses after strong 30-year bond sell.
This is a 5-minute trigger.
Besson says we're going to get an increase in debt ceiling.
This is a 1-minute trigger attempting to do what? Create a bull plane. It's attempting to cross above the 5-minute trigger. This is a bear plane. Bull plane, bear plane, bull plane, bear plane, bull plane, bear plane. You can have a bull plane on any time frame. You can have it on a half-an-hour trigger and a 1-hour trigger. You can do a 1-hour trigger with a daily trigger. You can do a 5-minute and a 1-minute. Now, as the market attempts one of these bull or bear planes, you'll typically see price action that will confirm or deny a bull or a bear plane. And it's quite common. You'll see the plane begin to rise. And we don't know if it's going to be bullish or not. We've got this attempting right now to break up and out. And we're looking for specific price action for the next leg of the trade. Now, I want to point out a couple things here. There's this part of the trade right here. There's this part of the trade right here. There's the prior high you're trying to beat as well to give you an indication if we're going to go higher. And then you're watching price action to show you the way higher or a failure of going higher. We know that the instigation of the move was down here. We don't want to go any lower than that, right? Equal lows, right? And we're also watching for the attempt to break out right here. Right? And we've got this little one down here. And depending upon the time frame that you're watching on, the first thing you're looking for is, did we beat the prior high? I want to show these to you really quick. So watch this price action right here. You had a prior high right here, right? We go up. We catch a new high. Whoopsie. Bing. Check mark. High, higher high. Bing. That's higher than that too. That's good, right? Bam. We broke that one, didn't we? Got a new high. That's good. Check mark. Right? We also know something else here, don't we? We also know that when we get that high and the way this is crossing, that they're going to confirm that the way is higher. So sellers are going to, number one, attempt to get out and not get fucked in a squeeze. So they're going to sell us down. Right? They hit their stops. They're being given opportunity to exit. And they're also price is also checking that the way is actually higher. We're going that way. We just want to make sure as a buyer, you're still here. Did you take your money and run? And that wick right there is dangerous. See that wick? See that wick right there? That's telling you that we hit a large group of sellers. See that wick? And they're telling you, no, the way is lower. Now, they may be right. They might be wrong. We don't know. We have no idea. So we hit a big wick right here. Let's find out if the buyers are actually still here or not. And are they stronger than this group up here? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to draw in a little box right there. We want to know, we know that the buyers started right here. And we also know that the other group of buyers started right there. That's where I bought, right down there. I'm gone now, right? You guys know I'm already gone. I already told you I was gone. That guy right there. Now, I want to show you something else. What is this called right here? This is called like an island. Like pretend you're out in the middle of the ocean and you got yourself, an island and you're building this up to go higher, right? If that island fails, you have another island, don't you? An island right here. You see it? A big old island. Got Captain Jim James hanging out over here like a pirate. I'm not going to draw myself, but there I am. I'm a pirate. Got a little hat on. Like, what's up, man? Got my sword. Like, this is our island, bro. We're building it up. Make sense? So right now, we made a new high. We got a wick. This is telling you no, fuck off. We're going lower. So I'm watching right now this try to go higher. It's not going to right now. We're going to go all the way down here, by the way. But if we were to recover and we keep our island, we start to turn up, make some new highs, right? We can start to look for a direction to the upside, right? But right now, this looks like it's failing. We got another island, though, down below. Make sense? This is the island in the sky over here. This is the other island down below. Watch us. Watch. We're breaking this now, so we're going to go back down here again. More than likely. And we're going to watch this level down below right here. This is where it started, right there. So let's watch this closely as a group. Let's watch this bar right here. We're hanging out, hanging out, hanging out. And we're also going to find out what? What's another, some more information that we're going to be taught here? We're going to be taught, are the bulls weak? If the bulls are weak, make sense? If the bulls are actually down here, not afraid, they're going to rip it up and away. Let's watch this closely here together. Remember earlier what I told you about zero dates being directional? The calls that I bought down here are worth 5 cents more than I paid for them right now. Take my money.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse repo operation.
Renegotiate new calls. I love my rules. I'm so happy and content right now that I made a bunch of money and took the money and ran.
36 counterparties take $129.950 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
We have an intraday low. We're trying to establish a higher low in intraday.
EU's trade chief Šefčovič and Chinese Commerce Minister Wang have agreed to look into setting minimum prices rather than duties for China-made EV imports, according to Commission spokesperson.
Boy, somebody wants out of being short.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Did I write viscous? No, I wrote vicious. I know. Did I write viscosity? I didn't know. I meant to write vicious. Island's holding up just fine right now. We're doing just fine. We got a higher low in intraday. This one right here though, this was a good one. See that candle? See that wick right there? Woof. They were like, "Fuck you, you shall not pass." It's lower. I'm like, I don't know if you're gonna get lower. Maybe. We're gonna get a circuit breaker before you get lower.
Musk says $150 billion in savings anticipated in the fiscal year of 2026.
God damn. Do I have that on a weekly or a daily? Hold on here. Holy shit. I'm looking at check this out. Where's 500 at? There's that month trigger over there. That's at 490. Woof. So 474 is S2. So like I was just talking in the Discord, I'm like, who was hurt yesterday? Someone was hurt bad. There's where the pain is right there. Hold on here. There, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at here. Someone was in fucking pain. This is where the pain. You see that wick right there? You're going to get a circuit breaker to get down there. I mean, we're not that far away. That's 500. That's 515. They really want that fucking like someone's in pain. Where's the Zipple video? Hold on a second here. All I can think about is the Zipple video. Working our way back to the island in the sky again. I mean, maybe tomorrow you could return to the scene of the crime, but someone wants to return to the scene of the... There it is, right there, Sam. That's the one, brother. They want the Zipple. Are we going to have hedge fund bailouts tomorrow if they don't get us down to 500 to get let out? That's what this is right here. I don't know who that is. That right there is definitely... I don't think that's a dealer. I think that's a hedge fund. But sir, we're gonna cause a circuit breaker. I don't give a beep. Hey, look at that 5,200. Yeah, baby. Oh, they spread bear shit all morning. Hedge funds were spreading bear shit all morning. They're angry. There are people that were short yesterday, big boys. People got hurt. People got hurt yesterday. I assure you, people got hurt yesterday. High or low in the day so far. Back to the island. I know, isn't it cringe? Yeah, I'm looking for a little bit better structure here. This is now back to green. And now I want to see if we can get past wherever these guys are over here. These guys are angry. These guys want to slip us down in the end of the day today. They're like, let's just do it after the bell. I don't know, Bunga. They're trying. Well, we're in this morning where I told you guys we're in the what do we call it again now? We're in was it gnarly fist or something? We're in a trade that
Russell 2000 index falling 5.5%. Also, to heads up, Carney, Canada's PM, spoke with E-Commission President von der Leyen.
You want to watch the beginning of the show this morning to have an idea of where we are. We're in this trade, like the moment the market opened this morning, we're in a trade where we should pull back and then make two more highs and then roll viciously down to let people out at 500. But
And they discussed imposition of tariffs.
Whenever that trade comes up, there's always a trap for bulls. There's like traps for bulls everywhere. We can roll to 500 right away. We can they can trap us in multiple ways and times. So the trade is to be patient. What do we call the knuckle sandwich? We call it the knuckle sandwich trade. That's what we call it. Right on, Smash. The knuckle dragger.
Stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer.
These guys don't want to wait 2 days.
A year's worth of our service.
They don't want to wait until Friday close or Monday open. There's a hedge fund out there that's like, I want out right now. I don't want to wait until Friday.
Welcome enhancing Canada-EU defense.
Now we're watching. See that wick right here? Watch me right here, guys. You guys want me to draw this out for you, don't you? See that wick right there? It's pretty vicious. I want to see if those guys are still here. So we've got, what do we got here again?
Also discuss threat of further US actions. Again, also discuss threat of further US actions.
Got the same thing happening again, right? We're just watching, right? We're doing it again, right? We're still just watching, right? What do we need to see happen here? You guys want me to draw it out, don't you? That's all you need to see right there. All right, I drew it out for you. So why is this dotted?
Tesla shares extend declines, last down 10%.
I'm just watching this trade. That's it. Pulls back down, and I'm a buyer. Right there. I think there's a trap in here for bulls. I'm not sure, though, yet. Someone's trying to keep us down here. See how that box goes right below for what I'm looking for here? Higher intraday low. I made a lot of money on that trade. On that, we're not going to do a circuit breaker trade. It was pretty good. I was happy with it. Squeezing on up. They're really fucking trying today. They really want out today badly. Where are we at right now? We're on 2200. Oh, yeah. Now I can see why they don't. Let me show you guys why they don't want to. Hold on here.
U.S. Secretary of State Rubio says that we will have direct talks between Witkoff and top leader of Iran Saturday. So again, there will be direct discussions between Witkoff and top leader of Iran Saturday.
So just so you guys can see this inside the Discord, right? We slammed up and hit 5,200, and we're automatically rejected to the downside. If we get above 5,250, where do we go? It's a magnet. We're trapped underneath. So watch this down here. Okay, so here's SPX, right? This is local support, right? So what are we trying to do over here? Damn it. Hold on here.
Besson says, as we settle nations, we will end up in a place of certainty. We will have great certainty on tariffs in 90 days.
What's going on here? All right, we'll just call it what it is. Hold on here. Look at what's up there.
Trump said, I would love to be able to work a deal with China.
Yeah. There's Gap City, baby.
We will end up working out something good for both nations. Yeah, let's talk about China there. Trump on Chinese soldiers fighting with Russia says that we'll look into that. Also, I think we're making progress on getting Russia-Ukraine war stopped.
Yeah, you know what we haven't talked about either? You almost forgot about Russia and Ukraine. Has anybody talked about Iran recently or the Houthis? Yesterday, it was confirmed that 25% of the U.S.'s Navy is moving into position. They're claiming it's for Iran and Houthis, but there was also an announcement yesterday that drones are now circling Taiwan, U.S. drones. I'm like, man, you're moving all this weight over there. Like, you're bringing B-2 bombers. You're bringing 25% of our Navy. I'm like, no one's talking about. It's not huge news right now. It doesn't mean anything right now. But I'm just waiting for that drop ball to drop. I don't think it's for Iran. I think that's a false narrative. I was in the army. I don't believe them. I'm like, this is for China. They're just not telling anybody. I always like saying magma, not magnets. Are we obligated to defend? That's a difficult question. I think I've asked this question a lot. I was on the phone with another guy this week from another country, and he said, you know, if we break ties with Canada, EU, Mexico, you're no longer going to be the leader of the free world. You'll have to do like Britain did. And my point here is that that's a big question, right? Well, if the U.S. is going to become isolationist, they're going to lose their world power and status. But if you recall, U.S. isolationism in World War I and II, and the in-between years, the fall of the League of Nations. If you are British or English and you're from England, you might know some of this history. Winston Churchill was begging for the U.S. to intervene against Germany. So the biggest question here is, does the U.S. trying to give up hegemony in the world or hegemony of the dollar or not? And I would tell you the answer to that is no. The U.S. will not give up hegemony. They will not give up hegemony of the dollar without a fight.
Trump says first deal on tariffs very close. And not considering exceptions now.
Now, this is horrible to say. Don't Don't kill the messenger. If we exit a major war like World War II, get on up there, get down. We create treaties with nations based on the end of a world war that favor rebuilding or favor strength.
We would use money from tariffs to pay down debt.
With nations, right? To rebuild, reorder world power, things like that. If there's the possibility of a world trade war, or a trade war rather than a hot war, or a trade war that could turn into a hot war, or a trade war that we could turn into a cold war, hot war, whatever. Why would you want to keep an old treaty?
Protect your trades from...
You would break or abandon the treaty and renegotiate those treaties with your partners, if that makes any sense. So the idea here would be, you know, we have a trade war going on with China right now, don't we? That's the start of real war. It really is. In a way, it's kind of World War III, right? So, when you hear talk by politicians saying they want Greenland or they want Panama, get on up there. You guys love these lines, don't you? You guys are a bunch of savages. Go inside the Discord and ask Cap why he's not drawing lines today on the show. So remember, this one right here is over here. This one is right here. That's this one. That's all you need to do is break that one right there. That's it. You did it. Good job. You did it. Next one we want to break is right here.
Trump says we're looking at the EU as one bloc in trade talks.
So this is important stuff here. So I want you to think about it like this. This is bad to say. Please don't get mad at me. You know, if we use the yuan, we're the ones shitting in a pot, and the people that have the yuan are pissing in a toilet bowl. If we're using the dollar, I'm pissing in a toilet bowl, and someone from another country is likely pissing in a pot or a hole, right? Call it what it is. This is currency. This is wealth. This is, you know, people have been fighting over shells, right? When they were cavemen and stuff. What shell is valuable? My shells or your shells? And sometimes we fight about which shell is valuable and which one is not, right? So if you look at it from that perspective, and you think you're going into some kind of world war or trade war or World War III or something like that, or you're rebuilding your economy, and I want you to think about that article I posted to you earlier in the Discord. Look when they started to build those factories in the United States. It was just after COVID. The U.S. realized, someone smart realized that for any circumstance, if we were cut off from goods manufactured, grown, mined somewhere else, we could be cut off, right? And we'd have shelves that are empty in our stores, right? And so what did the US do after COVID? They quietly began building factories. Why? Ask yourself that question. It's easy to answer. So we're starting a trade war with who right now? China. We're trying to negotiate with our normal trade partners right now.
On top of the hour, we get the federal budget balance forecast of minus 130 billion, prior minus 307 billion.
We're discussing seizing nations. Why? If you expand war, you are going to go to those countries, aren't you? You're going to put troops there and you're going to mine.
Says U.S. Steel will do well because of tariffs.
So they're having those conversations publicly with you now so that you're not shocked if it expands, this war. So the real question becomes, are we giving up hegemony or the dollar? It doesn't look like it to me. So the question, are you going to defend Taiwan, is moot. You saw yesterday discussions with trade agreements with Vietnam.
Trump says, I don't know why U.S. Steel even needs a deal.
These are countries that were Belt and Road countries in Southeast Asia, right? Discussions about Greenland. Removing Chinese port authorities, or not authorities, but port companies from Panama.
Trump says, I'm not looking to hurt Mexico.
Why? In case we go to war, in case trade war grows. Does Taiwan matter to us? Yes. When you hear the U.S. saying we're moving 25% of our Navy for Iran, I question it. Are we really there for Iran? Are we there for Iran to not get meddle in our affairs with China? And are we slowly moving forces into, Southeast Asia to blockade China? Serving more than one purpose. And you got to remember, if this doesn't turn into bigger but does flare up, you can have what kind of wars? Proxy wars, right? Proxy wars are something we used a lot in the 50s and 60s, isn't it? We have one going on right now, don't we? With Ukraine and Russia. You have Australia arming to the teeth, Japan arming to the teeth, Taiwan arming to the teeth, the U.S. securing Panama Canal, rebuilding islands, right? Put American troops on islands we haven't used in decades. You know, walking like a duck, talking like a duck, looking like a duck, quacking like a duck, smelling like a duck, all looking like a duck to me. And if that war was to grow out of control, you might want to renegotiate with your allies too, right? Maybe force your allies to rebuild their militaries. Maybe force your allies to increase production domestically, not to form new relationships with China, but to formal relationships with the United States, correct? Now, that gambit, I don't know how far it goes, or I don't know what the outcome of it all is. I don't have a crystal ball and that kind of stuff, but it sure as shit smells like what? 1920s, ring a bell? 1930s, 1940s. You hear people say that Russia can't stop the war because they're in a war economy. COVID was money printer time. If these nations are in or near or in fear of recession, there's only a few ways for them to get out.
Knowledge role in U.S. infrastructure hacks.
One of the ways is what? Civil disobedience. War is frequently used. Trade war, frequently used. So, do we protect Taiwan? I think Taiwan is a proxy for us to fight China.
So China officials acknowledge role in December meeting.
If we need to physically fight China, I think they're a great country to do it. I don't want to say that, or I don't want to see war. I don't want to see fighting. But when I'm watching that stuff, I'm like, that's walking and talking like a duck. New high by a tick just then, by the way. New high by a tick.
The China meeting in December.
Watch that red bar up here because we know what's above it. Party time. Price target, 5,300 to the upside.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
So I don't think the U.S. is giving up hegemony. I don't think the U.S. is giving up the dollar.
Financial Juice news feed for you to read through. So again, Chinese officials, according to the Wall Street Journal, citing their source, and acknowledged in a secret December meeting that Beijing was behind a widespread series of alarming cyber attacks on US infrastructure, underscoring how hostilities between the two superpowers are continuing to escalate, according to the Wall Street Journal. Specifically, then, the Chinese delegation linked years of intrusions into computer networks at the US ports, water utilities, airports, and other targets to increasing US policy support for Taiwan, according to the people who declined to be named said. Trump says, I feel better about Nippon Steel coming back as investor.
We have a target here. I've got a target here of 5,300, but here, let's go down here and look at this really quick. I got this target here of 5,300. I want to warn you guys of something, though, okay? We don't diddle not just the middle, but we don't diddle in vol, right? So we crank up here. We don't care if we reject. We don't care if we break above. We are X. This is the money trade right here. This is the FOMO trade. The next trade is what? You take the trade up.
China says, I think it's going to work out.
Right? That's it. That's all you take. If we break above and can settle in and get a new high, you can then do what? Get long to close that stuff, right? Does that make sense? You're in the trade here. You're in the trade here. You're not fucking with that, are you? Who fucks with that? Loser traders. Only losers mess with that.
1 minute till we get the US federal budget balance data.
SPY squeezing higher now.
Ten seconds. Minus 160.5 billion, minus 160.5 billion, lower than the forecast of minus 130 billion. So US fiscal 2025 year-to-date deficit of $1.307 trillion versus the comparable fiscal 2024 deficit of $1.065 trillion.
5 minute trigger coming up on half or 1 hour trigger. The 1 minute, 5 minutes clustering around the hourly trigger right now. We're also parked on the 4 hour. Just note there is a 30-minute trigger above trying to roll us to the downside. There's a trap up here to blast down at 5,800. That same group that was back here, they're up here somewhere. No clear skies to close all of those gaps until we trade above 5,300. SPX now trading 52.76.
Cabinet meeting.
$52.75.
We have posted out the US federal budget balance for March
52.80, 52.78 right now. We're getting close here, boys and girls.
Nasdaq 100 pairs decline, down 4%.
SPY trading 52.88. $52.89. 52.92. Spoos reaching up into the breakout zone. If you're watching this show right now and you're not a member of our community, you should be. Hey, Blackout, I responded to you in the Discord. Oh, I see what you're saying. I just had a good question in the Discord. We're going to briefly go over it. I was asked a question inside of the Discord. I couldn't understand exactly the question. Or what? Hey, look at bat wings. Let me show you guys something right here. I'm going to give you 2 lessons really quick here, okay? 2 lessons. Please listen to me. I always make this joke. You got the tail, you got the leg, you got the other leg, got a fat neck. You got me a dragon, bro. It's going up. Well, it also looks like something else, doesn't it? Like bat wings. You got your one wing over here. You got your bat wing over there, right? Big old W. This can also be a major sell signal to the downside right here. Not only a breakout. They could be both. Or one or the other. So you have the trade 250-300. You do not expose yourself to 5,300. You do not care if we go above 5,300. You do not care if we reject. You're not in the trade. You took your money and you ran. Right there. And you're now sitting back and watching price action. If we lose support, we are going to trade to a new low. And you can take that short side of that trade. Understand? If we break above and make a new high, you can put on some risk again. Does that make sense? Who lives and dies in here? FOMO. FOMO lives in there. They die. So now you're just watching, aren't you? You're getting ready for the next trade now, aren't you? You're looking for what happens here. Does this hold up? Do we make the high and do we start parking ourselves and I can get long up there? Sure, I'll get long again. Do we begin to lose? And we get a bear plane? We start to go to a new low. Is Gamma have us tied in the room right now down to this 5,200? Possibly. That's lesson number 1. But I want to show you something else here. This is a 5-minute chart. Right? Remember the bat wings. 5-minute chart. Here's a 1-minute chart. Bat wings. Dragon tail. Maybe it'll become a dragon and we'll get out of here. Big old dragon head over here. Make sense? The second question that I was asked, or the other lesson, has to do with what do I do if I only have $5,000 and I can only make 5 trades a week? There's a couple answers to that. You can only take the choicest trades, or you trade a higher time frame. All of this price action that you see, you can find on higher frames. This is a 30-minute frame. This is an hour. So if you have a small account, you can only take so many trades. And you already know they like to eat these trades alive, right? So you can just trade this stuff. You know, this is an hourly chart. You don't need to take 5 trades a week. You can just take 1 trade. We know a few things. This is an hour chart for SPY, right? Easy peasy. If I'm on an hourly basis, let's go to a day basis. Looking at velocity. I have some improvement on the weekly here. And definitely improvement on the daily velo. This is looking good. I likey. I likey. I see a gap up here. See that gap? We have gaps on intraday and 1-minute charts, don't we? A big fat gap right there. See it? Right there. I can pencil in a gap over here. Look at this daily candle here. We also know that people likely want to get back to this 500 at some point. This morning I showed you a trade where I said, we're going to do this fan and eventually close that out, right? And get up there, maybe close that gap. Told you that there's danger here, right? Danger of not closing that gap. We called it the mangled fist or whatever. There's two ways for me to look at closing this gap. And there's some things that I know here. I know that the market is going to become supportive from late April into July. So here's July. Here's late July. This is July 30th, 28th, July 28th. Lots of time. Whole bunch of times. Look at something over here really quick. Look at this right here. Look at that little wick right there. You see it? Little tiny wick down there. Little teeny tiny wick. Check that out. We're in business. July. Not bad, right? Little good range in here, huh? You know that these guys want out. You know they're mad. You know they're mad down there, right? You know there's trapped traders in here. How often do we allow trapped traders out? Almost every time. Especially bears. Bears seem to get out way more frequently than bulls do. Not always. Sometimes they get left behind. But we can tell a few things here. If you're like a trader with a low account, you're either looking for an entry here for mid-July or price, time, or price, or you're looking at that right there, right? Let's say we don't trade down here. We don't trade down there, right? Let's say we trade up here. Remember, this is a day chart. Or you can trade this on a 1 minute basis, right? So let's say you're looking for this trade here. On a bigger time frame, you're looking for this.
Federal oversight of Colombia.
To trade that. That's 500.
Wants Colombia to enter into a
556 call spread. 500, 556, mid-July date, late July date, pretty good trade. Let's say the market doesn't come down, though, and satisfy you. Let's say we just go up here, we smash this, we get a new high and we do a successful back test, we make a new high. You can then start putting on trades with July for even higher, can't you?
Take your trades.
$5.95, all-time highs, believe it or not.
Only $99 a year for our real-time service.
But if you have PDT, this is easy. An easy trade.
Terrible formatting from the news providers here. That was the Trump administration wanting to pursue legal arrangement that would put Columbia University into a consent decree. That was not mentioned in the prior headlines.
We just also had a low of 509. That's close enough, isn't it? Call spread 509, 560, July date. Uh-oh, swings down. Uh-oh, comes right back up again. You don't care. You just care about price or time to get to price. And you don't need margin for that. I don't think you need margin. Do you for a call spread? I don't know. Or how about some in the money calls that are, or some calls you can afford that are farther out in time? Maybe more outside the money that earn money as you get closer, that you dump as you get closer to your date or your price. So if you're a PDT trader, or you can only if you have a low account, you should scale out a little bit. Would be the argument. Scale out some. Get off a 1 minute chart. Get off a 30-minute chart. Get off even an hour chart, and just trade a daily candle chart. And don't look at the 1 minutes. Like, we're here trading a very small, small tick on a daily candle here. And we're talking about, oh, God, this is going to happen. That might happen. This might happen. It looks like we're booming. It looks like we're dying.
Loan funds see a record $6.5 billion of weekly outflow.
Spoo's returning to the scene of the crime now. We want to see if we can get above the prior high here. Yeah, you can get margin with a $5,000 account, though. This guy's argument was different. His argument was, I can only take 5 trades in a week, so I'm assuming he's got a small account. So he can switch from cash to margin. They allow that, I think. Unless I'm missing something. I think if it was me, I mean, I wouldn't even be doing that. Here's the start here. Like, we got to talk about, like, my setup is almost done, but we're gonna start at square one when we start this fucking thing. Like, we should be talking about savings accounts and your paycheck. Like, literally, I'm not joking here. Like, if you've got a small, like, $1,000 account and you can't slam money in it whatever you want, you should be, number one, building a savings account. Like, start saving money. Interest-bearing account of some kind, brokerage. It doesn't have to be tied up in bills or anything. You don't have to be ladder. Well, We should start there too. Like, if you like, this isn't a conversation for right now, but we need to talk about that stuff because you should have a savings account in this market and the conditions of our economy right now. Your best bet isn't even trading. You can ladder. Well, you could ladder 3 and 6 month bills, but we're getting a little more sticky inflation with the way these tariffs are coming in. 3 and 6 years are probably starting to pay big. But a 3 and 6 month bill, you can ladder that shit. Every 3 months you're making, right now, I think it's 4.5%. I think you pay a half on that trade. You do that 4 times a year, you're making pretty decent money. You're making like, what is that? That's fucking killer money over the course of a year. You use that money to then put into a trading account, and from there, you trade on bigger time frames. And if you don't want margin, you don't have to have margin. You can buy a ticker that's cheap that follows the S&P 500. How do you that has liquidity and has options? Let's think about that for a minute.
We're seeing the US indexes continue to pair losses here, with the S&P 500 now down around 2.95%, NASDAQ 100 down at 3.65%.
SPOO's now coming in a new high on the inside, still not above 3,000 or 20, or excuse me, 5,300. Remember, you want to break out above 5,300 and you want to back test at a new high. We can start closing a bunch of these fucking gaps. Remember, we're going to build a new island above. Island. 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 You can go to Google and search top stock market symbols traded. I think Yahoo will give you the top 50 tickers in the stock market. I can't believe I'm talking about this stuff right now. I really do forget. I got to tell you guys, I forget this shit. And this is, you'd be surprised who doesn't know this stuff. You can just do a quick Google search and type in most traded stocks. Don't even type stocks, just write symbols. Because, you know, like a SPY is not a symbol or is not a stock, is it? So, but Yahoo will give you like the top 50 traded tickers. Then you look at those top 50 and you find a symbol that's cheap that you can compare to the S&P 500 and look at it over the course of a year. You can say, wait a minute, it stuck with the S&P 500 the whole entire way. Fascinating. And 100 shares of this only cost $1,000. $1,000. I have that. So I'm going to buy myself 100 shares. Now I have an investment. It's an unrealized loss, too. And if it's a quality company, let's say like Ford, are they going bankrupt anytime soon? Do they have options? Maybe I don't even buy a call spread. I can begin doing what? Selling puts to suckers. When VIX is high. Selling calls to suckers when VIX is trading 9. That's almost the song, isn't it? Now I own part of the stock market. I'm bragging. Oh, and it has dividends. Woo! Now I got a savings account. I own a bunch of Ford, bro. Hanging out at the bar, talking to some girl, screaming in her ear. I'm so rich. I own 100 shares and I sell options. Oh, you don't want to kiss me? I get dividend. I'm a dividend bro too. It was almost a song, wasn't it? I'm rich. Then you find people in our Discord like, oh, I don't know, John L, 45 Forever, Condor LVR, and you say, hey, bro, I have no fucking idea what I'm doing, but I just bought 100 shares of ticker PORN. This is what I could afford. It tracks the S&P 500, and everyone loves it. I'm a little richer than this guy over here. I bought Advanced Money Destroyer on a major market low. It might go lower, but I own 100 shares. What should I do? And would you believe shocked Pikachu? We have people in our Discord that are like, oh, bro, all these people say it's going up and going down, and I know exactly when it's going sideways.
NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at $3.55. Gasoline May futures settle at $1.96. Diesel May futures settle at $2.04.
How do you know that? Well, 10% of the time we get a 2 sigma move. And as soon as that shit is done, we go sideways. And I sell puts and calls to suckers.
WTI crude May futures settle at $60.07 a barrel.
Thank you, James D. That's a badass fire, brother. Big brain thinking over here. And you can just ask these guys, when should I start selling calls or puts?
Do you want to stay
When
up
are you going to do that?
and be on the bleeding edge of news for
When should I roll the position?
Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth.
How do you identify
for the
that?
price of 1 month and save 92%.
Woo, right on, Sergeant Rock. SPX now sitting on 5,300. Now what are we going to do? Well, I already said it to you. What are we going to do at 5,300? What are we looking for? What are we building? What are we building? Somebody just say it, please. Anywhere. Say we're building an island. That's right. That's right. Thank you. 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 You got it. You got it. You got it. You guys got it. You guys are getting it. You got it. You got it. You guys are getting it. I love it. You're making me proud. What up, Autumn Skies? Do we get long on the island? No, we build it. We're just watching the island. Can they build an island?
Iran-related designations, adding some Iran-linked vessels to the OFAC's SDN list.
I want to buy calls, Cap. No, we're going to build the island, look for a new high, and then we'll get long as fuck on it. You guys get it. You guys are getting it. Yeah, we know. We know some of you guys are trapped. We know you guys want to see 500. We get it. We know you're going to cry about it from now into Friday. We know that on Friday or Monday, you're going to be like, booyah, I told you, bulls. We already know in advance. We knew the open this morning what was going to happen. We were ready. Goddamn, got hedge funds in here with me. So what does that look like? All right, we'll just show it. We'll crayon it for you. Whoa, look at that. Ooh. 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 We want to get above this and get a new high, don't we? Above. Stops. We want to show strength. High, new high. Bam, right? Well, maybe not that high. Then bam. Then bam. Then we'll let these fucking bears out down here. But we got to build the island, don't we? Oh, build some islands. We got a high. Need a new high. Start getting high. What else do we need? We need Momo. Build the island. Where does your Momo come from? 5-minute triggers, half-an-hour triggers, hourly triggers. Bro, you built an island, bro? Let me come up here, bro, and I'll give you some Momo so we can go up. Momo is momentum. How do you see momentum? Triggers, velocity. If velocity is growing underneath positively and not at a top, what does it do? I'll show you what it does. It rips your fucking face off right here. Wham! Wham! Like a shark from underneath. I can't wait to start these classes. I'm being honest with you because it's life-changing. It really is life-changing. And then the cool part is you get to take your money and put it somewhere else. Something that's lower risk. You also get to put your money into high returns. And there's a secret. I talked to a member yesterday in a phone call, and I said, don't ever repeat this to anyone. I said, I'm going to tell you something that no one tells anybody. And I don't tell many people that one line. And when you think about it, it's life-changing. It really is. Like when you're taking that money out of the stock market, your profit, and you're putting it into something that is going to work for you. Where you invest in something and it pays you regularly. It's nice. Nothing like it. It's amazing. Sellers being steamrolled here. Remember these guys over here? These guys got hammered.
Brent crude futures settle at $63.33 a barrel, which is down $2.15 or 3.28% on the session.
Spoos. Trying to build an island, trying to break through major supply. There's a hedge fund out there that does not want to see those gaps get closed. Nothing has technically changed from the chart that I gave to you this morning in the Discord. And yes, we likely roll down still at the end to 500. Friday, Monday, they're going to get let out, just not today. They took the old shot at it today. They gave it the old, let's do it all today. Yeah, it's Poop Island.
So the US State Department confirming that the meeting with Iran on Saturday will determine whether or not the Iranians are serious.
But we're going to talk about that stuff because if you want to stop being a losing trader, it's how you do it. It really is. And then we can come back to like trading zero dates together. Like, oh, Cap, I made all this money, bro. I'm rich. I did the rinse and repeat thing. Well, let's go trade some zero dates together.
Financial Juice Pro.
Let's go gambling.
$99 a year for our real-time service.
So seeing a text release here from Fed's Goolsby now says, now is the time for US central banks to wait and see on interest rate. Current tariffs will drive up inflation in the near term and hurt growth. The Fed should keep all policy actions on the table. Bar for Fed policy change now is pretty high. Long-term treasuries still appear to be the safest asset in the world, and Goolsby says he prefers market inflation expectations data over surveys. Current data suggests the job market is solid. Goolsby says, I won't speculate on how the Fed would respond to the market stress event. Broad financial conditions indexes can be hard to read. Bond market sell-off showed that the US was not the only nation getting hit. Solid 10-year Treasury auction reduced worry about the market, and that current tariffs are higher than most scenarios, even with Trump's pause. The current tariff scenario is a big scenario, but says he's not hearing much from business contacts about layoffs.
Give me 560, baby. Give me 560. 560, baby. 560. You're trading right now 528. It's 100% true, isn't it, Henry? 100% true. I wish I was even wealthier. I'd go in there and I'd all those fucking put buyers trying to tie this market in. I would totally fucking just like slam the market with like 30 million in fucking 0-8 calls. Jamie Dimon comes out and starts screaming about his markets. SoftBank is a threat to U.S. markets. I sold a bunch of calls. I want my money. Those dealers said I'd be able to get my money back and for a fee. Yeah, Poop Island. We're still good right now. So see this bottom chart right here? I told you earlier, this is a 5-minute chart, not a 1-minute chart. So I'm just watching this right here. See this gray box right here? I'll give you guys this today. I'll send this out to you guys tonight after the close. You can follow along. But I'm just watching this on a 5-minute basis. We hold this right here, we're okay. If we lose it, I'm a little scared. 5-minute chart. Now we're just parked here. We're just building an island. That's all we're doing. We're just watching. We're not getting crazy. Just wearing out sellers, wearing out supply.
Gold extending its gains, rising 3% to a fresh record of $3,174.89 an ounce.
I'm not giving a expectation publicly today. I'm going to give a preliminary expectation to the Discord today. And give it to the Discord only today. I got mad props. Our Discord. I got mad props for our Discord, and what am I looking at here? Oopsie, what did I do? I made a boo-boo. So far, we're an inside day. No, I need to draw that on a. Let's just start the month, huh? We need to get above 529 pretty badly here. Into this bell, we're going to know where we're going. We need to close above 529.20. In my view. Monday. I think Monday. I'm hoping fucking Monday I can do the private stream. I'm close. I'm really close. It's been a fucking nightmare, but I think I'm there. Yeah, someone. I don't think it's dealers. I think this is. I really do think that this is. From what I was told, some funds were really fucked up. I mean, dealers will amplify that. So if I'm a large institute, if let's say I have a lot of money, right, and I start selling markets, dealers will chase and join in. You guys understand? The guys understand these concepts, right? And they'll chase down into where demand or support is, which are really wide right now. There's not a lot of liquidity in the market right now. So if I'm dumping shares, the dealers will amplify my move. And if we have people that are caught in this market, it's likely someone caught in the market, a large player, in my view at least, and they are unwilling to wait. This isn't a dealer. I don't believe this is a dealer acting on their own. I think that it's a player. I think someone was fucking. I think someone got blasted. I saw different banks having different outlooks today, and I saw some real garbage talk today. Thanks, Tanner. You will be over? Yeah. I think I'll be good on the server rack and stuff in server room won't be done, but the setup will be done. I got the wrong fucking RAM for this computer. Oh, I'm so stupid. Well, I'm not stupid. They said it would be one choice or the other, and I didn't open it up to see which one it was. I'm stupid. I'm not stupid. I don't know if I don't think I was being lazy. I just I took an educated guess as to which one it was, and I picked the wrong one. Now, I'm not going to wait for it to be delivered now. I'm just going to drive out to Micro Center and pick one up and be done with it. Okay, put that up there. So we are going to do these private streams, and we're going to have people talk like John L. and David AMS and Winky and whoever can talk and lend their insight and experience and what they're really good in. Weekly. Hold on there. What am I doing here? Sorry, I'm trying to do some work here in the background for you guys. Hang tight. Week. Day. What does Velo look like? What is velocity looking like too? This is a daily candle. That's a red. Come on, spoos, baby. There's that sweep lower, too. 4-hour basis, we look good. 4 hours looking sexy. Come on here. Daily candle. Oh, that's a monthly. Okay. All right, hold on here. 4-hour candle. What am I looking at here? There's that fucking daily candle's bullshit. That thing is brutal. 1 hour. That's the move right there. Oh, yeah, we're cooking now. We're cooking, baby. Making us. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Get up there. Get up there. A note to you that a whole slew of 5200p is expiring. As the market closes, we'll monitor to see if as that gamma expires, we begin to move higher. We're going to take another whack at it now. 5-minute held. Do it. Remember, all that gamma is expiring. We're in put central. What happens when we're in negative gamma and puts expire? We rampo-rama. Need more doom, sir. Must stay above 516.47 to remain valid. Oh, dude, so sexy. So sexy. Where's my pencil? No, put that down. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3. 1. 1. Yeah. Okay, so we got the 1. 2. One, two, three, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 1. Hold on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There. One, two, three, 4, 5. Yep. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Oh, I guess that would be something more like that, wouldn't it? Okay, so there are your preliminary expectations. There are some rules in there. I would really like to see us close above 529.90. I don't know if we will or not. We just failed a high right here. Just a note. See that high? We just got a new low. That's not good. Do you see how we had the move higher? New high. Held the 5-minute. We failed. So we're going to go all the way down here now. We're going to go all the way down to the 15-minute now. You can't make it bigger? You can't download that? What do you mean you can't see that? Hold on. Yes, you can. You just need a bigger TV. You can download it. Problem child. Now, there's something I want to show you guys here on this chart that I just gave you. There's some important information in that chart, okay? Now, on this chart here, you read what I wrote to you, what needs to hold. Otherwise, we're going to go down and sweep those lows. This is the trend, though, for right now. Yeah, that works. I got that right. That's all right. Now, there are some issues here, there are some issues here. One of them is someone's trying to sweep the lows early. I talked about this earlier today. They can sweep us down below to sweep those lows out. Let me show you this. We're in the right place here. They really, really want out. Like someone wants out badly. And I can't blame them. I don't know if they're going to get it now or not, but they do want to sweep back down low here. I don't know if we let them out right now. You got to remember today is Thursday. So the expectation from, or time-wise, we don't have a lot of time. Maybe I should do a private stream tonight because if you're trapped, you're thinking to yourself, I'm going to get out sooner than later, Friday, and today's Thursday. So someone's trying to set us up to sweep down below to where we started yesterday. They want let out. That usually happens on a Friday or a Monday. Now, why am I saying all of this to you? Because I would rather be above 5,300 to do that continuation. And I also want to hold that other number that I put on that chart because that would tell you that the low is already in and we're not going down there. Does that make sense? And that we're not returning to the instigation of yesterday morning or afternoon. And that would really piss some people off. So I can't tell you exactly what's going to happen here. I don't have a crystal ball. But I want you to know that for that chart to play out, we need to be above 5,300. I showed you where the invalidation level is for us to sweep lower. Now, even if we sweep lower, right, to close that 500, we'll start that sequence over from below once again. If that makes any sense to you. If it doesn't, I'll try to do a private stream or a bigger brief if I can. After the close today, I'm going to try, or right away after the close, I'm going to try to get you guys the tool that I use so that you guys can follow along yourselves. What's going on, Body Glitter? What up? Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Yeah, there's like a you're thinking that we sweep them in the overnight? That's possible. I can't say I'm anti that happening. There's some real pain though. Above 5,300, there's some real fucking pain. I don't like that we're not higher right now. I want to close above. I really want to close above this 529. Did I delete that? I really want to close above this. There'll be panic. Well, I'm telling you, you're gonna like turn. You're gonna turn bears, sellers into chasers. They have to get long up there, by the way, if you don't know that. They have to stay along the markets and follow you the whole way where what I drew for you. They're going to follow you the whole way up there. You turn a fucking seller on, I call them zombie bulls. They get real mad about that. They'll come on Twitter and they'll be like, it's all coming back. Because they're going to be the ones selling. But we don't know where we're going right now. We know that they want out. We know that. They want to keep it under 5,300, and they want to get below that price that I gave you. Real bad. Really bad. And we're in some indecision right now in the market, so there's no idea of where we're headed. And they can definitely be made to follow, without a doubt. And the pattern this morning, after that close last night, we're kind of left with a range that there's a lot of traps for early bulls, and in truth, the better trade for you as a bull is to be always low, to be a buyer on lows right now until we do sweep that. If that low is 500 or whatever the price is, not the one that's the invalidation, but the one that I talked about. It's right here. Did I get rid of it? There it is. This is where they want to go, right here. They want out, and they're close, right? They got close to it earlier today, but that could be it. Like, this could have been the bottom right here. And if anyone was waiting to get out, they were given their chance to get out. Does that make sense to you guys? Like, they were given their chance right here. So there's some anger right now, and because they're like, no, I want to go all the way down there to get out, bro. Well, you're given a chance right here, and so right now they don't want us up, because then they have to chase. This could have been the low right here. This was it. That tick right there might be the low. Look at some pissed off bears if that's the case. They're going to be angry. They're going to be mad. They're going to be really, 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 really angry. Really, 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 really angry. Really, 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 really angry. And they're particular, these bears. They're not like bulls. You can scare a bull all day long. Bears are like, nope. You want to see it at where? 510? You don't need to see it there. It can be higher than that, and we'll know we're going down. The number's higher. It's higher. You got it. Dude, oh, I got other stuff for you guys. I woke up this morning. I went outside. There was fucking snow. We're getting like 70 degrees and then snow where I live. This is one of the worst springs. I moved here right when we had our last bad spring. Past few years have been awesome springs, like bluebird days, no more gray skies. I live in the cloudiest place in America. It's worse than Portland, or maybe just under Portland. It's either one or number two in the country. So we really like sun here. And the past few years, we've been treated with like just gorgeous bluebird skies all the time in the springtime. Early springs, like winter ends, spring early. We're getting like snow right now. We're getting like nasty storms, ice storms, hail, blowing wind, all this craziness. And Oh, no, 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 no. Robert F. Kennedy saying the U.S. will know the cause of the autism epidemic soon. Oh, no. Maybe we just weren't identifying it years ago. I shouldn't say that. I'll keep that off stream. Sorry that I said that to you guys. I'll just be quiet. It was on Financial Juice. I apologize. Building the island in the sky. Check out my island in the sky. Look at my island in the sky. Look at that island in the sky. I got an island in the sky. We're building an island in the sky. Island in the sky. Build me an island in the sky. Huge increase in pancreatic cancer. I believe that. I think some of this stuff, like the plastics and shit, we're consuming fuck tons of plastics. Boys don't have sperm counts, right? I get asked every. Just kidding. But we've been told what sperm counts are low for young men and stuff like that. Yeah. I think part of that autism stuff is that it wasn't being diagnosed. Hell yeah. Well, I was repeating what was written on Financial Juice. I like, as soon as I said it, I was like, I shouldn't repeat that. It has nothing to do with the market. I don't know why it's on Financial Juice. Oh yeah, baby. Look at that. Look at that juice. Let me take a look at something really quick. See if I have anything for you guys here. Take a peek down here. Oh. Oh. Hold on a second. I got another special treat for you. Hold on, guys. I got something cool for you. You guys are flashing your favorite tickers right now. Hold on. I want to join the party. You dirty dogs are flashing your favorite tickers. You want a juicy one? Oops, I go to the wrong place. Oopsie. I went to the wrong place. No, dude, seriously. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. You guys ask me so many questions. You guys have so much stuff going on. Yeah, I'm watching the island right now. The island's not doing so well. The island is weak. It's not too weak. It's looking pretty good. Local support's at 5,200. It's still good. It's still valid. We're still good. Island is still good. I do want to close, though, this day out above. Island's still good. Boy, you guys want that sweep so bad, huh? I'm wondering who's a bear here. Who's stuck? I'm like, how many of these fucking bears are stuck right now? You gotta rope them all in right now. Drag them all in. Poop Island, we're building it. We're just watching now. We're not doing shit. No trade right now. What's up? Sorry, I missed a bunch of... Sorry, I missed a bunch... Hold on. You got to rope them all in. More rope. What are you guys doing? You guys think there's always a trade? Just chill. You guys always think there's like a... We got people talking about 20% down moves. I haven't been on Twitter at all today. I'm assuming, or is that what's going on? That's what I'd be doing if I was stuck upside down. I'd be spreading doom everywhere. I'd be shitting all over the place. I'd be spreading on the walls. Like just fucking digging shit out of my diaper and just like smearing it everywhere. I can't blame them. Yep. Don't get mad at them. You know they want that last little. They want out right down at the start. They want the whole candle erased. not only do they want the whole candle erased, you know, they tell you that, and then you get down there and they're like, well, maybe we should go down lower. And I'm like, wait a minute, man, we gave you the candle back. My puts go to 0 or a million. Dude, you're up $500,000. Yeah, I have a hard time on all social media. I like Discord the best. I wish Discord would become like super cool. Or not super cool. I wish Discord did like a front page and like did a hybrid, did like a half a page with like a upvoted Discords. Like if a Discord could have like a publicish, like this, like what we're talking about right now, we want to post it publicly on Discord. So like a public post that you could reply to and read and stuff, and not be a part of a different Discord or whatever. Or you could join that Discord to comment on only public posts. I bet you could draw this out really easily. And then I would do another column like Twitter style, where you can do public posts. You post in your Discord and also like tag it to be on the main page. And I think Discord would crush all social media. Discord could probably crush all of social media if it really, really wanted to. You could even do a third column like TikTok videos or something. They could be stupid. And I love to be able to go like I'm a member of a bunch of different Discords, and I love like popping in places. Like where we going to eat, where we going to dance, where we going to hike, where we go to bike, all that kind of cool stuff. We're losing it here. I'm not liking this. I mean, we're not there yet, but I don't like sitting up here like this. I mean, I don't mind sweeping the lows down here, but you know what they want to do, right? They want to clear that whole. They want to clear all of yesterday out. No trade for me right now. No bull trade, no bear trade, no nothing. I'm either looking for like the close here to get long. And there's nothing going on right now. I'm not, the new squawker's not doing shit. This is kind of fascinating. Trump's triple-digit tariffs essentially cuts off most trade with China, says economist. That's wild. I think someone was asking for it. SPY looking weak, looking to sweep the lows to the downside now, starting to lose the island. Hold on a second here. Poop Island's not looking so nice. I know they're trying, aren't they? Look at them. Look at Poop Island up here. Like all I can think in my head is like all I can think in my head is that like McGilligot's in his office right now just going slam sell, slam sell. If you want to take a quick put trade, there it is. Bear plane forming on the 1 and 5 minute trigger here. You want to get lower than this line right here. I felt that one. Gotta put some lube on there, man. Lube. Should have drew that like this, huh? I'm a little sloppy right now. Oh. Oh, that's painful right there. I'm gonna take this one out now too. That was that's a doozy. Uh-oh, we're gonna blast down here in just a second. There's number 2. There's number 3. Ooh, that's ugly. Ugly. Nothing down here but gap. Nothing but gap. All gap. No lube. No, it's right here. We know exactly where it is. We got the number. Let me check zero dates for tomorrow. Let me check some of that crack for tomorrow. I almost typed in crack just then. Spy calls. Hold on, wait for do not squeeze. Not yet. Come down a little bit more. Not for today, for tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, right? These fucking bears are like, we're going to kill you on Friday, bulls. You had your day. You can't go up till next week. What's the, where are we at here? Yeah, calls are juicy. Not going to lie. A little too pricey for my blood. They're juiced. Sitting on local support. Calls are expensive as fuck for tomorrow. Jesus Christ. Somebody get the volatility down. Can somebody tell volatility to burn, please? Goddamn trading $60 on fucking on VIX 9 day. Yeah, 45. They are ridiculously expensive. All that theta to burn. Dude, what is this? What is Financial Juice doing here? Like, Financial Juice is just dropping the doom. As Trump trade war rages, the shipping industry wrestles with uncertainty and risk of disruption. Are you ready for the big stock market drop? Holy shit, they're getting scary. I got the fucking Thursday scaries right now. I know. I'm looking at them right now. I'm like these. I mean, look at this. A fucking like. What is that? Did a 40
sanctions China-based crude oil terminal Guangzhou Zhoushan NG Group connected to nearby Teapot refinery, according to State
What
Department.
the fuck is a 30 Delta going for right now? That's a 33 Delta, 31 Delta, 29 Delta, $3.21 for tomorrow. That's about where I'm at right now. 531 C. Yeah, those are I was looking at those earlier, Poke. You want to come down a little bit though from the zero. You don't want them coming into the you don't want to be going right to the zero because they'll be flat, they'll be worthless. You want to go like $2 lower than that. What's tits and ass? Oh, look at tits and ass. TNX wants to moon here, huh? TNX looking nasty. Are we gonna? Oh, I bet. I guess. Is this what we're gonna do? Are we gonna do the?
1 minute to the market on close data.
They're going to announce the deal. Well, I'm looking at the 10-year right now, or the 10-year looks nasty. It looks like you guys want to see the 10-year right now? This 10-year looks like it wants to bang to the upside. It's at 4.39 right now, and it wants to rip to like 4.5. 10-year looking brutal.
10 seconds. Market on close.
Oh, you did? I didn't read that, Damien. I missed that.
Buy side 1.3 billion.
Uh-oh.
100. Buy side 1.5 billion.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we know what that means.
7 buy side 941 million.
Billy? We know what that means, right? Where's Trader Podcast? Trader Podcast. Where are you? Uh-oh, trapping him in. Uh-oh, back on the island. Gotta rope him in. Rope him in. Uh-oh. The trap is set. Uh-oh. 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 No. Oh. Oh, that's no bueno. Not good. It's a trap, but not for bulls.
According to an email, Doge staff at FDIC have received appropriate clearances, have not asked for have not been asked or for nor been granted access to sensitive bank information.
There is a fucking trap here for bears, dudes. NASDAQ, the snazzy nazzy for ER. Ooh, baby. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Financial Juice today. They've been kind of weird all day long. Past couple days. This is a fucking bear trap, man. Oh, man. Oh, dude, they just fucking sucked these bears in so bad. Oh, 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 man. Oh, man. Oh, man. You're getting sucked in right now. Look at this sneaky Pete right here. All right, 401. I'll see all.